Okay, good evening, everyone. The formal meeting of the Richmond City Council will now come to order. Madam Clerk, if you would please make the necessary announcement with regards to the electronic meeting this evening, followed by the roll call.
This meeting is being held as an electronic meeting pursuant to and in compliance with ordinance number 2020-093, adopted April 9, 2020, as most recently amended by ordinance number 2020-232, adopted December 14, 2020. Notice of this meeting was provided to the public by means of a public information advisory issued on May 12, 2021, and on the city's website in accordance with usual practice. Members of the public were encouraged to comment in writing prior to the meeting. I, City Clerk Candace Reed, am the person responsible for receiving such comments, and those received prior to 10 a.m. today have been provided to Council. Members of the public who signed up to speak will be called at the appropriate time, either during the citizen comment period or during the public hearing for the legislation on which they signed up to address. In order to identify each member of the Council who is present electronically or physically for this meeting, I will now call the roll. Mr. Addison? Ms. Jordan? Ms. Jordan? I do see her on, but she is not unmuted. Ms. Lambert?
Here.
Ms. Larson? Ms. Lynch? Ms. Trammell?
Here. I'm sorry, here.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Present.
Vice President Robertson?
I'm here.
And President Newbill?
Here.
Thank you. All members are in attendance with the exception of Councilors Addison, Larson, and Lynch. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the invocation will be offered by Reverend Larry C. Cochran of Belmont United Methodist Church, and it will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, well, let us pray. Almighty and loving God, we come before you this evening thanking you for your presence and your constant love for the people of this city. And we thank you for the opportunity to serve you in the leadership roles we each play. We pray this night for wisdom and guidance in the decisions that will be made, and may we follow your leading so that the people of this city may know that you have been an integral part of all the decisions that are made here this night. May you give us courage to make the difficult decisions that we know are the right decisions. May the work that is done here tonight help this city become the city that you intend it to be. For there have been too many senseless shootings and violence in our midst. The evil of racism continues to exist. There are people living in poverty who cry out for relief. The pandemic has caused us to revisit how we might best help your people in this city. You have placed us here for such a time as this. You have given us the ability and courage to be instruments of change. Help us to listen well to each other. Bless us so that our words and actions result in unity. It is in your precious name we pray and give thanks. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Cochran, for that invocation. Madam Clerk, if you would display. Thank you. Members, if you would now join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk or Deputy Clerk, if you would please provide the citizen speaker guidelines for this evening.
Yes, citizens wishing to speak during public hearings and/or citizen comment period generally have 3 minutes to speak. During tonight's budget public hearing, citizens will be provided 2 minutes to speak. Persons appearing before council are now allowed to campaign for public office, promote private business ventures, use language of a personal nature which insults or demeans any person, including comments directed at public officials or staff members that are not related to their official duties, or address or question staff members directly. All questions are to be directed to the President of Council. Failure to adhere to the guidelines may result in speakers forfeiting any remaining time and further disciplinary action as necessary, which could include barring from attendance at future meetings of City Council for a period of 6 months.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are there appointments and/or reappointments for consideration this evening?
Yes. And members, you were previously provided board appointment recommendations from your standing committee meetings. Is there a motion to approve the appointments as recommended?
So moved, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Ms. Lambert, will you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Council is voting on the board appointment recommendations as stated. Mr. Addison?
Aye.
Ms. Jordan?
Aye.
Ms. Lambert?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Lynch? Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
And President Newbill?
Aye.
Those appointments have been approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I would invite Mayor LeVar Stoney and the Economic Development Director, Leonard Sledge, to provide a presentation regarding the Richmond Preferred Casino gaming operator and location. Mayor Stoney.
Madam President, thank you for this opportunity. And it seems that my camera is having some technical issues at the moment. All you see is just a dark screen at the moment.
That's correct, Mayor.
Don't know what the issue is, but I just don't know. Technology is an issue that. Oh, here we go. Well, that.
Yes.
I'm here.
Thank you.
They got me. All right. First, I want to say good evening to you, Madam President, and also to the esteemed members of this council as well. Today, I'm pleased to present for introduction a resolution to name the city's preferred casino gaming operator and to develop a resort casino project at the former Philip Morris Operations Center in South Richmond. As you know, this gaming project is one of only 5 that can be permitted throughout the entire Commonwealth. Richmond did not rush into this opportunity and was the final city to embark on such a project. And I believe we were well served by taking the time to do this the right way. We encouraged competition, we listened, and we encourage community engagement, and we have been intentional about we've been intentional and transparent about what the city needs and deserves from an economic development project such as this. Now, after considerable research, vetting, and negotiation, I am convinced that Richmond has secured an operator, a location, and an agreement that is the strongest among all the resort casino projects in the entire Commonwealth of Virginia. Madam President, I am pleased to present to you One Casino and Resort, owned by Urban One and managed by Peninsula Pacific Entertainment. We are pleased that Urban One is committed to creating an exemplary project employing Richmond residents, generating tax revenue for the city, and being a world-class partner. Now, our Director of Economic Development, Leonard Sledge, will talk to you tonight about the project in a minute. But I wanted to take a moment to outline some highlights of this term sheet for this will be introduced by resolution tonight. Now, the agreement includes a $25 million upfront payment to the city upon passage and certification of a referendum in November 2021. No strings attached. Bottom line, $25 million upfront payment to the city upon passage of the referendum. It also includes and will represent a total investment of $562.5 million in South Richmond. It will create 1,300 jobs directly hired by One Casino and Resort. One Casino Resort employees will earn a minimum of $15 an hour, regardless of whether or not they are working in a tipped or non-tipped position. There is a construction and operation goal of 40% minority business enterprise and emerging small business participation. Food and beverage concessions will showcase Richmond's homegrown proprietors and small business talent. And in addition to 250 rooms, the resort will also feature a publicly accessible green space and park, as well as a 15,000 square foot soundstage, which will help support our growing film and television industry. Madam President, in short, we believe Richmond can have the best resort casino project in the Commonwealth, a project that will contribute to the continued commercial growth and vibrancy of our city, and in Southside in particular. I'd like to thank the city's Resort Casino Evaluation Panel for their diligent work throughout this process. That begins with Councilwoman and Council Vice President Ellen Robertson, Councilman Andres Addison, Acting Chief Administrative Officer Lincoln Saunders, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer Sharon Ebert, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer Bob Stidell, Chief of Fire Melvin Carter, Director of the Office of Community Wealth Building Valerie Mitchell, Deputy Director of the Department of Planning and Development Review Maritza Petchid, and our Economic Development Director Leonard Sledge. I would also like to commend our Director of Finance Sheila White, Senior Policy Advisor Matt Welch, and the Deputy City Attorney Bonnie Ashley for the work they have done to get us to this moment. I'd like to thank all the organizations that submitted proposals. Remember, we had 6 organizations submit proposals. I want to thank them for submitting their proposals, and it just shows that the city's economic growth and commitment to jobs and economic mobility is on the rise here in the city of Richmond. Their robust interest and response to our RFP underscores how desirable a destination Richmond continues to be to live, work, play, and invest. And finally, I'd like to thank the members of City Council and the residents of the great city of Richmond for engaging and participating and telling the administration what they wanted and also what you didn't want, and what they liked and what they didn't like. Your input was invaluable in bringing this project together, and as we have always said, if authorized, our residents will have the ultimate say in November through a voter referendum. Together, we are accomplishing great things here in the city of Richmond. In fact, even in the midst of a pandemic, the city and our hardworking employees have managed to not only maintain our service levels, but even exceed expectations to grow our economy and center economic justice through economic development. I am proud to say that for the fiscal year to date, not including this project, we have economic development projects that account for more than $400 million in new capital investment and 769 new jobs. In the coming weeks, we look forward to sharing even more news about companies adding jobs and investment right here in the great city of Richmond. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here is an opportunity to continue the city's recovery and foster equitable economic growth that provides opportunities for economic mobility for Richmonders and more commercial general fund revenue to provide increased funding for schools, for affordable housing, for services for our citizens, and for much needed infrastructure upgrades. The ball is now in your court, Madam President. My team and I stand ready to assist you in your review of this project and its presentation to the voters. I want to thank you for your time, and I will now hand it over to our Economic Development Director, Leonard Sledge, to walk through his presentation of the One Casino and Resort project.
Thank you, Mayor Stoney, for your due diligence and for this presentation and update. And you said Mr. Sledge will also provide additional comments on the
Madam
presentation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Stoney. Good evening, Dr. Newbill and distinguished members of Richmond City Council. My name is Leonard Sledge, and it is my privilege to serve as the Director of Economic Development for the best city on the planet, Richmond, Virginia. I'm going to bring up my screen, the presentation, and I hope that everyone is able to see the screen. And so tonight, again, just elaborating on what Mayor Stoney shared, I'd like to present to you the preferred casino gaming operator and location, One Casino and Resort. Before we talk about a resort casino, just allow me a few moments, as we've shared in prior presentations. We don't just pursue economic development for the sake of it. We do it to help us address our priorities as a city. Affordable housing, equitable economic development, jobs, poverty reduction, school funding, services for citizens, and ultimately building a stronger economic base. And as we've shared also, just some of the math to help us all better understand and appreciate the heavy lift that it takes to generate new general fund revenue from real estate growth and investment in the city of Richmond. It takes $84 million of assessed new value to generate only $1 million of new real estate tax revenue in the city of Richmond. 1 penny on our tax roll for fiscal year 20 is equal to about $2.5 million in general fund revenue. And therefore, it takes approximately $211 million in assessed new real estate value to get the same penny on the real estate tax roll. So over the next few moments, I'd just like to briefly recap the Virginia Casino Act and our RFQP timeline, share a little bit of information about the proposed One Casino and Resort project, an overview of the project, key terms for the host community agreement, and also to give you a 5-year general fund revenue estimate. And I'd like to state at least one time for the record that what I'm going to share in that regard is a very conservative revenue estimate, and also to briefly discuss our next community engagement steps and next steps in this process. The Virginia Casino Act, as I've shared before, it's because of the acts of the Virginia General Assembly that the city of Richmond was named, along with 4 other cities in the Commonwealth of Virginia, to be able to host a casino. The Act spells out very clearly the authority that the Commonwealth has. It speaks to taxation. Virginia is very fortunate in that our legislative body at the state level saw fit to include local tax rates that will be paid directly to the locality. So the host localities have the ability to benefit as a result of having a project of this nature. And that is in addition to our normal and customary statutory tax revenue from development such as real estate, wheels tax, sales tax, and so on. And ultimately, the Virginia General Assembly puts the decision in the hands of the voters by voter referendum. And for us, with approval by City Council, that will be on November the 2nd, 2021, where every voting Richmonder will have the opportunity to vote yes or no on the One Casino and Resort project. And as we have shared consistently throughout this process, our sole goal and objective was to make sure that we had the absolute best project to put forward in front of Richmond voters for the voters to exercise their democratic right to cast their vote. And we believe we have absolutely done that. We set out in December with a timeline. We've been able to check another box in this timeline now that the naming of our preferred casino gaming operator is One Casino and Resort. We have the location, again, in the southern portion of the city at the former Philip Morris Operations Center. And the next step in this process is the voter referendum. Mayor Stoney applauded the members of the evaluation panel, and thank you for that, Mayor Stoney. It was an absolute privilege to work alongside the ladies and gentlemen on the evaluation panel as we reviewed the 6 proposals, as we had a number of conversations, as we participated in the community engagement, and to make our recommendation that was based on requirements in the Virginia Casino Act, but also other criteria that can ultimately be categorized into 5 overarching areas: project feasibility and sustainability, the proposed location, the economic development impact, the financial revenue impact, and also community benefits. And I would like to state also very clearly for everyone, as we have before, and to restate it again, the City of Richmond will not, nor does it have any obligations to provide any funding for the development or operation of the proposed resort casino project. The Virginia General Assembly, the Virginia Casino Act, the state code is referenced there, makes very clear that funding for public or private infrastructure required for the project is the absolute and sole responsibility of the casino operator and developer. But we have taken it a step further to clearly state in our term sheet, and it will be in our host community agreement as well, that there will be no abatements, exemptions, subsidies, incentives, rebates, financing, financial waivers, or any other type of funding or tax relief for this project. I would also like to note that while it is not something that we anticipate being a requirement in terms of the public or private infrastructure required for the project, we would like to take the opportunity to improve the physical appearance in terms of areas adjacent to the site and also within a quarter mile of the intersection of Walmsley and Commerce. And we're fortunate that One Casino and Resort, they have agreed to do a 50-50 cost share of that with the city, and also for us to mutually agree on what those physical improvements would be in the public right-of-way. Again, all geared towards the beautification of the area. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased and very proud to present to you One Casino and Resort, which is owned by Urban One, a national multimedia powerhouse and the largest distributor of Black and urban content in the country, and also in partnership with Peninsula Pacific Entertainment, who will develop and manage the project. And Peninsula Pacific Entertainment is no stranger to the City of Richmond or the Commonwealth of Virginia, as they own and operate Rosie's Gaming Emporiums, one here in the City of Richmond, and several other facilities in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And also, what may not be known locally about Peninsula Pacific Entertainment is that they do own and have developed other casino projects across the country. In terms of the location, again, the former Philip Morris Operations Center, which is located at 2001 Walmsley Boulevard and 4700 Trenton Avenue. The entire site is 108 acres, but for this project, it will be approximately 97 acres that sold to the owner of the project. In 2021, the 108 acres had an assessed value of $35.6 million. That equates to roughly $420,000 a year in real estate tax to the city. According to media reports, this property has been for sale since 2009. It does have direct access to Interstate 95, both north and southbound access. Again, it's at the intersection of Walmsley Boulevard and Commerce Road, and it is currently served by GRTC Route 88. The site is zoned M2, and all of the project's proposed uses are allowed by right. In terms of the project's features, it will feature 250 luxury hotel rooms, resort-style amenities such as a pool, spa, and fitness center, a casino, which will include a poker room, high-limit gaming area, sports wagering area, 15 food and beverage options, of which, as it was shared by Mayor Stoney, will feature some of the best local restaurants that the City of Richmond has to offer. It will also contain a 3,000-person event center for live entertainment, an opportunity for the south side of Richmond, again, to have more entertainment-related amenities, a 55-acre park and green space that will be open to the public. This green space and park will be owned and maintained by the owner of the property. And to Mayor Stoney's point also, the opportunity for us to expand on radio, television, and film production in the City of Richmond, and that the project will have a 15,000 square foot sound stage on site. There'll be an opportunity for conventions and meeting space, and there will also be ample parking per any requirements in the city code that will be fulfilled via parking garage and surface parking. In terms of highlighting some of the business terms and community benefits in the project, it's a $562 million project, approximately 1 million square feet under roof. Again, we shared about the 250 rooms and the entertainment venue, the green space. The project will be designed and built to LEED Silver standards. We mentioned the production studio. One of the things that we heard throughout our community engagement process is the concern about the impact on local businesses. And one of the things that we talked with the proposers about is the opportunity for local businesses to participate in point and reward programs. And so through our term sheet and what ultimately will be in our host community agreement, local businesses will be able to be a part of the point and reward program such that any patron of one casino and resort, if they want to redeem their points at a local business or a venue that's participating, they'll be able to do so, and it will not cost that business or organization in the city of Richmond anything to participate in that. The food and beverage plan will consist of 15 offerings, at least 4 of them being non-food hall options, so thinking of them more as sit-down restaurants. And we also made it a point in concert with One Casino and Resort, and this was one of the things that they touted in their proposal, was a truly local Richmond flavor. We've negotiated that 50% of the non-sit-down options will be local Richmond restaurants, and those restaurants will also have the right of first refusal for 3 of the sit-down options. The casino owner will pay for the tenant build-out, and we also made it a point to negotiate 4 months of free rent for the Richmond restaurants that are participating or that will have a business operating at the resort casino. We've ensured that there will be space for Richmond region tourism in the project. Also recognizing that Richmond really prides itself in terms of art, public displays of art. The developer, the owner, is committed to at least $500,000 in art at the project and sourcing 35% of that from local Richmond artists. The owner of the project also will have rotating art walls to act as exhibit space for local Richmond artists. We've had several conversations with our public safety team about their needs as it relates to a project like this, and we are glad that they will have access to a security room so that RPD can respond to any incidents, process arrestees, and conduct investigations as they occur. Also, our public safety team will have real-time access to the exterior cameras on the property. We shared about public and private infrastructure. The only thing that I'd like to add at this point is that a traffic impact analysis is due to the city from the owner of the property, from the developer, no later than December the 1st, 2021. And again, that's important because as we've shared, the developer, the owner of the project, they are solely responsible for all of the infrastructure costs. We mentioned the area beautification, again, just as an addition to the project. The target opening date is December 31st, 2023. There is a provision that allows for the forced sale of the project if it is not open by December 31st, 2024. Again, as we shared, there is no city funding for the project. And also, if you recall from the study that was done by Convergent Strategy Group, our consultant team assisting us in the evaluation and the negotiation process, that study spoke to the impact of a large-scale facility, whether historic horse racing or Class 3 gaming facility in Dumfries. We recognize that Peninsula Pacific Entertainment will be the manager of this facility, and we were fortunate to be able to negotiate a mitigation payment, which will be a side agreement that we have in writing, of course, with Peninsula Pacific Entertainment, which states that if for whatever reason a Class 3 gaming facility opens in Dumfries or Prince William County and it impacts the gross gaming receipts or the adjusted gross receipts from the casino in the city of Richmond, then by formula they will pay us a mitigation payment. We were also fortunate and thankful for Peninsula Pacific Entertainment to provide some additional support for Richmond Public Schools. They will be donating $150,000 over a 5-year period to the Richmond Public Schools Education Foundation. Mayor Stoney mentioned the one-time $25 million payment to the city, and it's important to note that upon City Council approving the host community agreement, the $25 million will be deposited into an escrow account, and upon passage and certification of the voter referendum, those funds will be dispersed to the city within 30 days. We've also negotiated ongoing payments to the city, which are in addition to the statutory gaming tax payments that are required by law. What we have negotiated is 3% of the resort casino gaming revenue, and that will be a minimum of $5 million annually starting in January of 2025. If you're asking, well, what about 2024? To induce and encourage the owner to open as quickly as possible, if the project opens on or before December 31st, 2023, that 3% will drop to 1.875%, and that reduction is only for calendar year 2024. And there are also some other date triggers in calendar year 2024 if the project opens at specific dates in 2024. There are also some provisions as it relates to the minimum additional percentage paid to the city and also the minimum $5 million. And all of those things are outlined in the host community agreement and will be outlined in the full host community agreement as well. Mayor Stoney mentioned jobs, 1,300 great paying direct jobs hired by the resort casino. And also it's anticipated that 200 additional jobs will be created by the third party companies operating a business at the resort casino. The owner of the project has a goal of 60% hiring Richmonders for the project. The average annual compensation package for the direct hired employees is $55,000 a year, and that includes wages, tips, bonuses, benefits, payroll, and other related expenses. And as Mayor Stoney mentioned, we made it an absolute point to ensure that we negotiated a $15 an hour minimum pay for tip and non-tip positions that are direct hires of the resort casino. The mayor mentioned the 40% MBE participation, and as it is a priority of ours, that's during construction and operation of the project. Council may recall the provisions that we had in the development of the public safety building project as it relates to construction jobs for Richmonders. We were fortunate in negotiating the same percentages for this project. Construction wages for the project will be the prevailing wage rate for the city of Richmond according to the Davis-Bacon Act, and no less than $15 an hour. In terms of union labor, 40% for non-skilled and skilled union labor personnel as a percentage of all of the man hours for the project. The One Casino and Resort, in terms of support for local community organizations, they've pledged $16 million over the first 10 years of the project, and that does include $6 million for the Office of Community Wealth Building, Richmond Public Schools, and also research initiatives so that we can effectively partner with Virginia Union University, University of Richmond, and Virginia Commonwealth University if they have a desire to, again, so that we can set aside some dollars to study the social and economic impacts of gaming. And I think that's very important as well, because that is one of the things, one of the concerns that we heard from our public as we went through and listened during our community engagement period. In terms of problem gaming or problem gambling, in addition to the statutory requirements that they have, that One Casino and Resort will have to pay the Commonwealth of Virginia, they have committed up to $200,000 in additional funding annually for mental health professionals and resources to prevent and treat problem gaming in the city of Richmond. If I'm not mistaken, we will be the only locality in the Commonwealth of Virginia that has taken this step. Also, the company has committed to $325,000 annually to support transit mobility solutions to support the travel of their employees to and from work. I would like to emphasize that this is just not a GRTC solution. This could involve shuttles, this could involve ride share, carpool, vanpool, a number of options. The developer, the owner of the project, they have also committed to reimburse the city up to $500,000 for our actual expenses to move forward with its RFP process and to negotiate the agreements that we have. And also, one of the things that I think is really unique and really spectacular in the partnership with One Casino and Resort and the owner, Urban One, is their commitment to provide the city of Richmond with $25 million over the first 10 years of the project in advertising, with public service announcements, education, tourism promotion, and so on, using their diverse multimedia platforms. And in addition to that, with the studio production space, a commitment to spend $50 million over the first 10 years of the project to produce television, movie, and audiovisual content right here in the city of Richmond. We do have quarterly reporting requirements with the project as well. This slide here shows council and the public the very conservative, and I do stress very conservative, general fund revenue estimates. As we did our analysis of the projects, we had their conservative or their low revenue estimates in terms of different areas, and what we did is we took a percentage of that was lower, again, to create a 5-year conservative general fund revenue estimate for the city of Richmond. To the left, you see the current state, the former Philip Morris Operations Center, the real estate tax anticipated over the next 5 years for that property is just over $2.1 million. And again, that's $2.1 million in real estate tax revenue. And the proposed one casino and resort project, including the one-time $25 million payment to the city, we expect to realize in excess of $171 million over the next 5 years to the city's general fund. I would also like to point out that in this analysis, you do not see any figures for business license tax. It's not that they won't pay them, they will. We just did not include that in the analysis. And there are several other standard fees and taxes that were not added into the calculation that will absolutely be paid. Again, the objective is to paint a very conservative picture of the revenue expectations to the city of Richmond over the next 5 years. In terms of community engagement, we have stuck to our schedule. We are in the recommend phase now, phase 3, from May to June. We have recommended again one casino and resort, and we will be proceeding tomorrow, May 25th at 6 p.m. with a virtual meeting where we will give the same presentation again and field some questions from the chat feature. And also, as we've requested of members of council, we look forward to engaging your constituents through your district meetings. And I know we have one scheduled for this Wednesday in the 3rd District with Councilmember Lambert, and we're very much looking forward to that. And through the months of June to November, again, continuing to engage and inform our public, telling them, the absolute what is and what is not about this project, and ultimately leading up to the November 2nd voter referendum. So in terms of next steps, the papers will be introduced to you tonight in the form of a resolution to name one casino and resort as the city's preferred casino gaming operator and to operate a casino gaming facility at the former Philip Morris Operations Center. The resolution before you will also be to accept the business terms and the host community agreement term sheet, which you have that full document to be introduced as well, and authorizing the chief administrative officer and the city attorney's office to prepare and negotiate the host community agreement, which will again be an expansion of the host community agreement term sheet for the project. We will bring that full host community agreement back to council and have it introduced in the form of an ordinance for your approval. And ultimately, also in the resolution, council will be giving the okay to petition the court to have a voter referendum on casino gaming in the city of Richmond on November 2nd, 2021. But I would like to add, the way the resolution is written, that petition will not happen until council approves the host community agreement. Next month, council discussion and action we're asking during the June 14th meeting on the introduced resolution in order to commence the pre-certification process with the Virginia Lottery Board. The timing of this is very important, as the Lottery Board has a 45-day window for the pre-certification process, and the timing is critical again to allow enough time for the petitioning of the court. We will also be introducing the ordinance for the adoption of the host community agreement, as I just mentioned, and one casino and resort will be starting the pre-certification process with the Virginia Lottery Board. In August 2021, we would like to file the petition with the court to hold the November 2nd, 2021 referendum. And again, on November 2nd, 2021, all voting Richmonders will have the opportunity to vote yes or no on this project. And so that is where we are in terms of the RFP process. I'd like to personally thank all members of council for your time and engagement in this process, and an extra special thank you to council members Robertson and Addison for their participation in the Resort Casino Evaluation Panel. And that concludes my presentation for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Sledge. Again, I would like to thank you, Mayor Stoney, Mr. Sledge, all members of the Casino Evaluation Panel, all Richmonders for their feedback and comments during the casino proposal evaluation period. As a council body, we certainly look forward to the introduction of the paper, the next steps in terms of this body's review and action relative to that legislation, and ultimately Richmonders weighing in on November 2nd. With that, we have a couple of, I believe, comments, and then we will again look forward to any further discussion that members would like to have more directly for more specificity with Mr. Sledge, and or yourself, Mr. Mayor, whichever is more appropriate. But again, thank you so very much. And Bill, a couple of comments. Councilwoman Trammell.
Thank you, Madam President. Mayor, I just want to say this was one of the hardest things I've had to do, not opening my mouth and listening to some of the abuse that I took, like, why aren't you saying something? Why aren't you out here, letting us know what your feelings are? I was going door to door all over the district talking to citizens with those purple bags, giving out purple bags with one casino on it. And I will tell you right now, the people in my district were jumping up and down for joy. The other day, my colleagues were there at the event that we had for Lieutenant Ashley Berry, Nicole Lieutenant Ashley Berry. And I mean, I was just hearing different things from some of the citizens in the background with me, and then I was told that you had chosen one casino in our 8th district. I just cried because I was just so happy, just full of joy, because I knew this is what my people wanted. You are not being sneaky about this. You are out front with this. You let the citizens know that this was not going to cost the taxpayers anything, and you had a hell of a good team. Mr. Sledge, I just want to say thank you for always answering my calls. Even I'd fuss at you because you wouldn't tell me what I wanted to hear. You couldn't. And, I knew that it was all top secret because you were trying to make sure that we were going to be on top of everything. And it's just not for the 8th district. It's for Southside. It's for the city of Richmond. It's for all of us. And as you said, Mayor, to me back in November of last year, you don't want me to raise the real estate tax. We got to find something else to bring in revenue, bring in money. I said, yes, we do. And Mayor, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you, your team, Vice President Ella Robertson, Councilman Andreas Addison for what they did, and also my colleagues. I mean, I heard from, the 2nd district, the 4th district. They did not want it in their district. Many of them were calling me, texting me, emailing me, saying, put it over there, out of sight, out of mind. And I wish people would get it straight. It is not on Romsey Boulevard. I have carried so many people to the site on Saturdays and Sundays to show them it's not Romsey Boulevard. And that part that they thought it was, that's Chesterfield County. On the other side is our side, but on the opposite side, that's Chesterfield, over there by the wedding chapel, that church. But Mayor, this is the biggest thing that we've had with $600 million, $600 million project. And I don't want to hear people say, the bad things about this. We got lottery. Look how many people didn't want lottery in our city. And some of the ones that didn't want it and fussed about it, I see them at the 7-Eleven. I see them at the convenience store buying the lottery ticket. What's that? A lottery ticket is still like a form of gambling. It's a form of it. And you don't have to come if you don't want to come, but don't hurt us. The black and brown, 80% is in my 8th district. Wasn't like that 10 years ago, Mayor, but it is now. And those people, they want the jobs. Everywhere I go, please, we can get these jobs. Help us, Reba. Say yes. Don't keep your mouth shut. You usually scream and holler. What's going on with you? We want this. We want this. We want it now. We want one casino in our 8th district, and that in that area where it's not in a neighborhood. It is not in the neighborhood. It's not on Dale Avenue. You don't have to go through there. You come through Commerce Road or the interstate, north and south, to get to it. And Romsey Boulevard, Commerce and Romsey, it is a dead end there. You know exactly what I'm talking about. If you try to go through there, guess what? You can't go through there. It's dead end. You got to open that road up, which is over there by the Hardys. That's where the Romsey is. It's not Romsey Boulevard across the railroad tracks. And there, I want to say, with all my years in this 8th district, always lived my life in this 8th district, always been there for my people. And I will tell you right now, they stand with me 100%. They said this is the best decision you have ever made, not only for the 8th district, but for the city of Richmond. 5 council members over here on South Side, 5 of us. And believe me, I don't mind sharing the wealth with everybody. I want to see others get the jobs in the 8th, the 9th, the 6th, the 5th, the 4th. the 7th, all of them, they can all come and fly. And you know what, Mayor? Even the other business people over there in Commerce Road, they are so happy. The Hampton Inn, he said, he's like, oh my goodness, we can hire more people. The sports bar over there, Candle Suite, the Red Roof Inn, the Subway, they all said, this is good. This is a start for all of us. This is going to bring in more jobs, not just the 1,700 jobs, but more jobs for us. Jefferson Davis, which is Richmond Highway, we changed the name. Now let's change the appearance of it. Let's help the motels. Let's help the mobile homes. Help them. Brown and black and some white are still living in there, waiting for someone to come there and rescue them so they can have a rooftop and so they can have a job and support their families. They don't want to be homeless. Thank you again, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Sledge. Thanks to all my colleagues. From the bottom of my heart, I say thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Trammell.
All of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Larson, and then we'll need to wrap up. And then Councilman Jones. And we'll need to wrap up from here.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Newbell. I just wanted to thank the review committee because I know this was really time-consuming, and specifically my colleagues, Councilwoman Robertson and Councilman Addison, for serving as the representatives of City Council on this committee. And I'd also like to thank Leonard Sledge. He's communicated so much with us during this process, and I sincerely appreciate it. He's been very transparent, and it's been really refreshing, and I appreciate the communication. And I look forward to seeing these papers as they go through the City Council process.
Thank you, Councilwoman Larson. Councilman Jones.
Yes, ma'am, Madam President. Thank you very much. I want to congratulate the mayor and the committee on their decision. I know I said some strong things in our last closed session about continuity and, can you hear me?
Yes, but you were going to not share anything from our closed session, were you?
You act like I'm new.
Okay, I thought you were saying you were going to share something from closed session.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, all right.
There you
Did I lose you? Okay.
But again, I wanted to make sure that we are a council that moves together forward on this, on something of this magnitude. We're talking about a $500 million project on the south side, where I think in the last 15 to 20 years,
can I ask all members to meet, Mr. Jones, Councilman Jones, hold 1 second. Can all members and all participants please mute your mics? Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Thank you. A $500 million project on the south side, where in the past 15 to 20 years, I think the largest has been maybe, 100 mil, maybe industrial. But to have something of this magnitude is a game changer, as Councilor Trammell said, not just for the 8th District, but for the South Side and for the entire city of Richmond. I, for one, and I've said this publicly, I believe the citizens of Richmond should decide the fate of their city. I firmly believe that. The General Assembly has laid out a process, and I, for one, am not going to buck that, regardless of which project that I may have liked or anything of that nature. I think the right thing to do is to allow the citizens to opine on it, to allow them to vote. That is the most democratic thing that we can do. Again, Madam President, I, for one, will not get in the way. I'm excited about the opportunity. I know what it's going to do. I know that it has the opportunity to change the scape of particular neighborhoods, and I'm going to say this now publicly, to my colleagues, the mayor, and anyone else who will listen, there needs to be robust investment in the South Side. Not just what they're doing from a project standpoint, but dollars that come out of that as we move forward, it's time for Southside to catch up to the rest of the city. If we are truly one city, our entire city should look the same. Grass looks the same. It's the same color green. It's cut, streets paved, all of the things that we need to make and improve the quality of life on the South Side should happen. And if we're talking equity, that means, and again, Mr. Mayor, what you presented tonight, that one, the one image of the young children standing up on boxes and things of that nature, that means more dollars are going to have to flow to the South Side, and I would love everyone's support in making sure that happens. So we can begin to look like the first and the second. And I'm not talking about the value of homes or anything of that nature, but what I'm speaking of are just the basic quality of life when you drive down the street, sidewalks, bike lanes, protected lanes, all the things we don't have on the South Side. I want to be able to ride my bike from my house to the green space that they're going to create over there, and that's a great opportunity that we can truly bike the South Side. And so, with that, Madam President, I'm excited about a $500 million project coming to my city, and just everything that it does for us. You want to talk about gun violence? Let's give folk jobs. The one thing that kept me out of gangs and all that stuff growing up, where I grew up in the area that was heavily into crack cocaine epidemic and just the gangs. One thing that kept me out is that I had a shot to go to college, and that came from the opportunities that my community presented. Park and Recs, they were very active in my life. Quality schools, they weren't the best. It wasn't La Jolla, but even in Southeast San Diego, we had access to resources and even jobs. I got my first job when I was 15, and I had an opportunity to invest in myself and in my career. So we need to do those types of things to give hope to Richmonders all over the city, but definitely on the South Side. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Last comment, please. Vice President Robertson.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank the administration, Mr. Sledge, for his leadership that he provided throughout the entire process. Mr. Mayor, your total team that worked as a part of the evaluation team, the opportunity to work with my colleague, Mr. Addison, through this entire evaluation process. It was very thorough, and it was time-consuming, but I want to commend all of the members that participated and their willingness to, even on short notice at time, to have a meeting and to take care of the necessity of the business that was before us. And I am looking forward to us moving forward with the next stage of this process. There's still a lot of work before us, a lot of work that still has to be done. And I'm sure, as has been done up until this point, the council has been kept informed throughout the process, and where there are recommendations or changes, means of enhancing the process. I'm sure that the administration and council will make sure that those things are done, that the citizens remain engaged throughout the entire process. And as we look at opportunities for reinvestment in the city and in the South Side area that has tremendous needs that have been promised and not delivered for many, many years, even beginning at the time of annexation. And so a lot of the problems that we face is due to the lack of our being able or committing to the promises that were made even back to that point of time when annexation took place. So I just want to thank Mr. Mayor, your team, and all of the members that have served throughout this process on the evaluation team, and council members and your engagement throughout the entire process. And I look forward to continue this work and to continue to bring great things to the city of Richmond and provide the best quality of life for our citizens in the city. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice President Robertson, and again, Mayor Stoney, Mr. Sledge, the entire evaluation panel, including our representatives, Vice President Robertson and Councilman Addison, all Richmonders and all members who held meetings to provide feedback. We look forward to, again, receipt of the paper for review and action by the body, and then ultimately Richmonders November 2nd, and certainly appreciate the opportunity that you'll provide tomorrow for Richmonders to have an opportunity to have greater detail relative to the project in the public hearing that will occur at 6, and look forward to the next steps. Thank you all so very much. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. With that, we will now proceed to review, I'm sorry, let's move on to the citizen comment period first. And Madam Clerk, if you would please call the first speaker.
The first speaker is Dennis Cotto. Dennis Cotto. And if you are joined to the meeting by phone, please dial *6. If you are joined to the meeting by phone, please dial *6. The next speaker is Charles Willis.
Hello, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Madam President, members of City Council, thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been a long day. I do want to, I do want to proudly announce that officially to you all that the formerly Jefferson Davis Neighborhood Civic Association is now known as Richmond Highway Civic Association. We're proud of that. That was an anonymous vote between our board members and constituents on April 27th. Also, I do want to echo behind our council representative as well as other council members and the mayor our support for One Casino and Resorts. I do want to let you know that One Casino and Resorts backs right up to the back doors of constituents within the Richmond Highway Civic Association's community area. We had an opportunity to meet with the CEO, Mr. Alfred Liggins. We met with Representative Lisa Speller. We met with others, Community Clothier, Ms. Kim Booker, and many others that advised us on the things that were going on and how this would affect our economy in our district. We're excited about One Casino and Resort, not just because it's a casino, but the resort part, a part of luxury that we would never seen before, that Richmonders across Southside would get an opportunity to see. After meeting with Mr. Liggins and meeting with others, we want to encourage other communities and others to come and join in, as you have heard others speak tonight, that it's important that Richmond engage in this economic development, and we engage also in the opportunity to receive the revenues. So again, we encourage all of you all. We're happy that you all, that the mayor has chosen one. We're happy that he listened to our council representative. We're happy that he listened to others. And we are happy to announce that we, the Richmond Highway Neighborhood Civic Association, ask others to come out in November and vote yes for One Casino and Resort, not because it's the best choice, but because it's the perfect choice. Thank you so much for the opportunity. God bless you all, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Willis.
Hey, Council, I am here. I don't know when it's my time, but I am here.
Ms. Pittsburgh, we haven't gotten to that point of the meeting yet.
We will definitely call you during that time, Ms. Pitchford. I was saying thank you, Mr. Willis, for your for joining us this evening to provide your commentary. Madam Clerk, if you would now proceed with review of the amendments to tonight's agenda.
Yes, Madam President. The amendments to tonight's agenda are as follows. Item 2, Ordinance 2021-085 will be amended later this evening and continued to the Monday, June 14th Council meeting. Item 9, Ordinance 2021-111 will be continued to the Monday, June 14th Council meeting. Item 13, Ordinance 2021-115 will be continued to the Monday, June 7th Council special meeting. Item 26, Resolution 2021-R026 will be continued to the Monday, June 28th Council meeting. And lastly, Item 28, Resolution 2021-R028 will be continued to the Monday, June 14th Council meeting. And Madam President, those are all the amendments to tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Is there a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Yes, Council is voting on this evening's agenda amendments as presented. Mr. Addison?
Aye.
Ms. Jordan?
Aye.
Ms. Lambert? Ms. Lambert, are you there?
Okay. We do have some background sound. Councilwoman George?
I believe that background
Okay.
noise is coming from Ms. Lambert's
Okay.
communication. Ms. Lambert, are you able to speak? Okay, so I think you may need to hold up the microphone.
The Councilwoman Lambert, we're getting a lot of feedback. If you are in favor, maybe if you would put up the hand signal and we will, yes.
Okay, no, she voted yes on the agenda amendments.
Thank you.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Lynch? Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
And President Newbill?
Aye.
The amended agenda is before you, and the consent agenda consists of the following items. Item 1, Ordinance 2021-084. Item 3, Ordinance 2021-095. Item 4, Ordinance 2021-098. Item 5, Ordinance 2021-106. Item 6, Ordinance 2021-108. Item 7, Ordinance 2021-109. Item 8, Ordinance 2021-110. Item 10, Ordinance 2021-112. Item 11, Ordinance 2021-113. Item 12, Ordinance 2021-114. Item 14, Ordinance 2021-116. Item 15, Ordinance 2021-117. Item 16, Ordinance 2021-118. Item 17, Ordinance 2021-119. Item 18, Ordinance 2021-120. Item 19, Ordinance 2021-122. Item 20, Ordinance 2021-123. Item 21, Ordinance 2021-124. Item 22, Ordinance 2021-125. Item 23, Ordinance 2021-126. Item 24, Ordinance 2021-127. And lastly, Item 25, Resolution 2021-R023. Madam President, those are all the items on tonight's consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. We will now hold a public hearing on the consent agenda items. Are there persons, Mr. Clark, who have signed up prior to the meeting to speak in favor and/or in opposition to any item on the consent agenda?
Yes, Madam President, we have one speaker who has signed up to speak to an item on the consent agenda, and that is Laura Lafayette, and she can unmute herself and turn on her camera if she is ready.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Lafayette.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Vice President, members of council. Laura Lafayette, I serve as CEO of the Richmond Association of Realtors, but I'm here this evening in my capacity as chair of the Maggie Walker Community Land Trust. As all of you know, we, the Land Trust, act as the land bank for the city of Richmond. So, one, I just want to say thank you for your support of our efforts. We have now 54 permanently affordable homes and 45 more in development. Tonight on your consent agenda is the disposition of 15 parcels to the land bank, majority of which will be for permanently affordable housing. That came before you 2 weeks ago. Ms. Lynch had some constituents who had some concerns. Members of the Land Trust staff met with those constituents last week. I can't speak for Councilwoman Lynch, but I did reach out to her today. I do believe that those concerns have been addressed. And so I just would appreciate your support of that ordinance. And again, thank you, all of you, for your ongoing support of our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lafayette. Mr. Clerk, you did indicate that we only had one speaker. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The public hearing is now closed. Bring it back to council for any further discussion. Councilwoman Robertson, Vice President Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to be added to the paper. I don't have the number in regards to transfer of land to the city's land bank and trust.
Thank you, Vice President Robertson. Mr. Clerk, if you would make that addition. Councilwoman Lambert. Councilwoman Lambert, we're getting a lot of feedback here. Okay, you want to try that again and see? Yeah, we're only getting static from your location. I'm sorry about that. Okay, Ms. Reed?
Yes.
If I might ask at this point, do we have any indication from IT as to opportunity for addressing Ms. Lambert's matter, or if you can send a note of some sort to let them know that she's the static is precluding her being able to speak to us?
Will do.
Thank you. All right. With that, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Madam President, if council is ready to call the question.
Yes, please.
Okay. Council is now voting on the consent agenda items as presented.
Madam
Mr.
President.
Oh, this is Ms. Lambert.
Sorry.
Yes, Councilwoman Lambert. Is that
Yes,
you?
I'm calling from
Okay.
my phone. I apologize.
No worry.
I just wanted to be added to item number 16 about the libraries. Just wanted to make sure I couldn't get you on it. I just wanted to add my name to that.
That's very helpful. The city clerk is attempting to outreach to IT relative to the challenge you're having with your technology.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Clerk?
Yes. Council is voting on the consent agenda items as presented. Mr. Addison.
Aye.
Ms. Jordan.
Aye.
Ms. Lambert.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Ms. Lynch. Ms. Trammell.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Vice President Robertson.
Aye.
And President Newbill.
Aye, and I would like to be added as patron to the paper pertaining to transfer properties to the Maggie Walker Land Trust.
So noted, and those papers have been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Let's move on to the budget-related papers for consideration this evening.
Madam President,
Yes, Councilwoman Trammell.
I too would like to be added.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Clark, if you would also add Councilwoman Trammell, that is to the paper pertaining to the transfer of properties to the Maggie Walker Land Trust, Councilwoman Trammell? Yes. Yeah, okay, thank you.
So noted.
Okay.
And President Newbill, the budget-related ordinances for consideration this evening are as follows. Item 29, Ordinance 2021-040. Item 30, Ordinance 2021-041. Item 31, Ordinance 2021-045. Item 32, Ordinance 2021-054. Item 33, Ordinance 2021-121. Item 34, Ordinance 2021-042. Item 35, Ordinance 2021-044. Item 36, Ordinance 2021-046. Item 37, Ordinance 2021-047 through Item 43, Ordinance 2021-053, and Item 44, Ordinance 2021-055 through Item 52, Ordinance 2021-063. And those papers are before you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now hold a public hearing on items 29 through 33 only, given that the public hearing for agenda items 34 through 52 was held on April 12th. And so therefore no formal meeting will be held on those papers, but the papers that have not been heard, 29 through 33, we will now have public hearing. And Madam Clerk, if you will call the speakers for the public hearing on those papers.
All right, and Madam President, I'd also like to remind citizens who signed up to speak that they will have 2 minutes to make their comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for that reminder.
The first speaker is Charles Willis.
Thank you again, members, Madam President, and members of City Council. I ask that you support the budget amendments, these papers. Again, this is extremely important. There's a lot in there, a lot, as we would say, a lot of meat on the bones. For often too long, you all have seen the work that comes and how the work that goes on in our communities and how it affects one another. I'm not going to sit here and talk about the much work that United Community Against Crime does, but somewhere in that budget, somewhere in those papers, there are some opportunities for United Communities Against Crime as well as other organizations that were very much thought about when those papers were being redone and the members were being brought forward. So again, I would ask that all of you all that sit here on this council, please support these amendments and please support the papers as are being presented today, especially the budget papers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
The next speaker is Jay Lockwood.
How you doing, ma'am? My name is Jay Lockwood. How you doing? I'm a resident of Richmond for a very long time, and I used to be a maintenance man at the Housing Authority working in the projects. And Ann Francis Lindbergh, she got a budget for $500,000 she's trying to get for after-school programs, and I really tell you, these kids really need something to do. They don't have nothing. Y'all want to try to keep these kids away from violence? Please give this woman this budget so she can have these after-school programs for these kids, because they really need something to do. And I appreciate y'all's support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lockwood. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Charlene Pitchford. Charlene Pitchford.
Good afternoon, Council, to each and every one of you. Good afternoon, Council.
Ms. Pitchford, if you're listening or watching the stream, can you please turn that off?
I'm so sorry. I had to get up because my phone was like an echo. But I just wanted to say good afternoon, each and every one of you all. All of you all look wonderful up there. And only thing I want to say is my children grew up in Gilbin, and their names are Connie and Denise. I mean, Connie is the most person that grew up there. I'm asking you to support from the bottom of your heart, wholeheartedly anonymous. We want this to be an anonymous vote for these children in Gilbin Court because they deserve more. And that is all that I wanted to say. And I wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, I love y'all. Please, let's do the right thing for the children of Gilbin Court. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pitchford.
The next speaker is Dennis Pitchford. Dennis Pitchford.
Hello, everyone. This is Dennis. Hello, everyone. This is Dennis Pitchford, Gilbert Court. Good evening, President and Council member. I'm coming here concerning about the Department of Recreation over here at the Calhoun Center. We have a major, I would say major problem, but I would like for the city to do some repair work to have field. For years, I've been asking.
Mr. Pitchford?
Night, and the lights are still on. So is there any way we can do something about that? And while I'm on here, football practice field, I'm asking for to put up there for Mr. Coach Bo, when he passed away, been coach for 30 years. And I'd like to know, kind of type of statue up there to honor him. And another thing was actually that the little shade house down at the Calhoun Center, I'd like for a little work be done to that, because the reason I'm saying this money that come in through Rec and Park, it seems like to me the giver is not getting none of it. So I'd like to make sure that y'all check on them things for the kids, so our kids need something to do. Support and not support the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Pitchford. Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Oludare Ogunde. Oludare Ogunde.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Ms. President, Madam President, distinguished members of the City Council. As a citizen of Richmond and president of a nonprofit here, I'm very much in support of Councilwoman Lambert's amendment. One thing I want us to understand is this is a public safety issue. What has to do with these kids, how their safety in the community, providing this programming for them, this is a public safety issue that we all must take seriously. I want to remind us all, these kids have no control over anything. They don't have any control over anything. What they've become is what we made of them. When we were young, we live in a safe community. When you look at these kids these days, they are so afraid. That's why they do so much mutual violence to one another. We need to make a difference. I don't want you to stop at just this amendment. I want to scour the entire budget and make sure we provide something for these children. I go to these public housing units every time, and I see a lot of problems. We are feeling them. They're not the one feeling us. We, as adults, are feeling them. So I respectfully ask you to pass the budget amendment and also go into the budget and add to it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Ogunde. Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Bill Panelli.
Madam President, members of council, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Here on behalf of Richmond Coalition of Police to talk about the pay plan amendments that are coming through. Just a couple things, because we've had a lot of discussion about this. Just to reiterate the point, since the last time we were together talking, I received this from Ashland. It's having losing staffing. They're throwing away money spent on recruit classes. In their case, $67,000 per. And they're losing people, and they're finding it very, very difficult to keep up. So their starting pay is going to $51,000 starting July the 1st. What's more, Ashland also presented this document, which shows, I know you can't read it, but it shows the comparative salaries in the region for public safety, police, and fire. Richmond doesn't even make the list. We are so low, they ran out of room and put others. We're below VCU, we're below Colonial Heights, We're below Hopewell. I know there's a study coming. We know you've worked really hard, but we need to make a move. And I want to leave you with this. We updated the number of police officers that we have. We're supposed to have 752. We've got about 680, excuse me. That's 70 short. From those, there are 30 that are unable to serve on the streets every day, and we have 60 officers in the drop program. This is a crisis. You know that. We're sliding downhill, and I hope that you'll keep working hard and keep us involved. I know that with the casino coming up, I've listened to almost every one of the presentations that were made online, and I heard citizens asking many questions and lots of pledges made about the police coverage and extra police coverage we were going to have around the casino.
Thank you, Mr. Kennelly. That's
I don't
your
think
time.
it's going to be there. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Keith Andes.
Good evening, President Newbill, Vice President Robinson, honorable members of City Council. I find it ironic that my name is Keith Andes. I'm president of Local 995. I find it ironic that Mayor Stoney starts this meeting out by announcing that the one casino and resort employees will be making at least $15 an hour. I wish he was that enthusiastic at raising starting salaries for fire and police, as recruits only make $14.76 an hour, and all they do is protect the citizens and visitors to the city of Richmond. Funny if it wasn't so sad. It also takes the police and firefighters 12 steps or 12 years to earn the $55,000 that the Casino One and Resort had posted on their website that some employees would be making, just for your future reference. I come here tonight not to speak, I didn't want to speak about that, but I do want to speak about the health and safety of my brothers and sisters in the Richmond Fire Department. 88,000 hours were worked last year from April 1st to March 30th of this year. 88,000 hours of extra sacrifices that my brothers and sisters of the Richmond Fire Department made for the city of Richmond. And that's just a drop in the bucket of what's going to happen this year due to the lack of being able to hire the number that we need to safely run this Richmond Fire Department. It is a travesty of what we have to go through on a yearly basis. If I was Chief Carter and dealt this hand, I would be madder than hell and fighting and going over to the city, the mayor and the CAO, asking and demanding that we fill these vacancies. We are running with that one hand behind our back, and it just is not fair to all the other city employees or the fire department employees that are sacrificing so much and now having to work a mandatory overtime due to the ineptness that we can't seem to fill these vacancies. Thank you very much. Please stay safe.
Thank you, Mr. Andes. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Carl Scott. Mr. Scott?
Hello? Yes.
Yes.
You hear me?
Yes,
okay.
we can.
I'd like to speak on the how I was inspired by Honorable Mayor Stoney's speech at the Capitol on May 12th, 2021, with Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, in which he stated, "The time is now. No more passing the buck, no more punting the ball. Local government is where the rubber meets the road, and the rubber meets the road hard in our city. Residents are asking for solutions to transform our cities and families' futures. This is a problem that has been flashing red for years, and we've done nothing about it. The time is now for this sort of investment." He also went on to say that this is also an opportunity to close the income inequality gap that has plagued our city. And he finished by saying that he wanted an investment, not an investment week, but an investment year and an investment decade in our public cities and public infrastructure. So I submit, residents are asking to reimagine public safety to our city and our family's future. The current pay plan is a problem that's been flashing red for years, and the city government has done nothing about it. This is an opportunity to close the income inequality gap with our surrounding counties that have plagued our city for years. Investment into public safety by investing into the new and improved pay plan because our infrastructure is in a crisis. The time is now. No more passing the buck. Local government is where the rubber meets the road. The rubber meets the road hard in our city. The time is now for the sort of investment that the city deserves in its public safety officers. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Tedesco. Michael Tedesco.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michael Tedesco. I'm a firefighter stationed at Engine 13. I speak tonight not only for myself, but on behalf of my fellow brothers and sisters. First, I would like to comment on the news of the 20-year public safety plan not being approved. It is disheartening to hear the city has decided to spend more money to hire a consultant to do yet another compensation study on police and fire pay. You already know that surrounding jurisdictions are making more money than us with less time required in each grade. I have news for you. The best consultants you're ever going to get on the matter spent 2 hours pouring their hearts out to you on April 12, 2021, addressing fact-based issues that are actively happening in our department as we speak, issues that will only get worse if not faced on now. Second, I would like to address the mandatory OT policy that was implemented this past Saturday on May 22nd. In the policy released to firefighters, the department stated it would exhaust all efforts to fill daily vacancies by pre-hiring before using mandatory overtime. On the first day of this new policy, all 14 members on the mandatory OT list were used. The only thing being exhausted is us. There are members slated to work this coming Friday and Sunday with mandatory OT on Monday. That is 3 out of 4 days of a holiday weekend. It is not only inconvenient for us and our families, but more importantly, it is dangerous due to the physical and mental wear we face. There are members who are scheduled on Christmas Eve with a mandatory OT day the following day on Christmas. Our members will be working tirelessly while you spend quality time with your family at home. We deserve better. I will once again address the issues we are facing as firefighters. Statistically, we are facing uptrends in alcoholism, depression, PTSD, suicide, and cancer. By not compensating us appropriately, as well as forcing us to work more, you're only adding stress to our lives. This increases our chances of succumbing to the issues I've just presented you. We already have the odds stacked against us with many things cutting into our life expectancy. We need change now. Firefighters are inherently proud, and most will bother their emotions. But I will swallow my pride tonight and wear my heart on my sleeve. I have struggled with alcohol. I've struggled with depression. I have a 3-year-old daughter at home who's in a body cast from her chest to her knees, and now I have to tell my wife she has to spend more time taking care of her by herself.
Thank you, Mr. Tedesco. That's your time.
The department facing hardship. There are many more silently struggling and they deserve to be treated better. The solution has been presented to you multiple times now, and it's up to you to ditch the wound before it gets worse.
Thank
As
you.
firefighters, we're proud of the work we do, but I guarantee you, many of us will do what it takes to take care of our own. If that does not resonate with you, then it's already too late and our numbers will suffer more. Thank you for your time. God bless America.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sherrod Glover. Sherrod Glover.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm calling with the same issue. My name's Sherrod Glover. I'm a member of the City of Richmond Fire Department. I've been here for 10 years. I think it's pretty insulting that the counties around us are starting out making more money than us. We've given up most of our time from our families. Our bodies are taking wear and tear. We're not robots. We're human beings like each and every one of you. We not only miss time from our families, but we're riding around understaffed. All the citizens see is a fire truck showed up. Many times these fire trucks are not showing up with adequate staff of 4 members, but showing up with 3. 3 can't do what 4 can do, and it sucks. We're running around also on apparatus that are over 23 years old, and we have to deal with it each and every day. It seems as though the administration doesn't care about us, and it seems though as you guys don't care about us either. Please dig down in your hearts and feel free and work towards paying us more for what we do each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Iman Shabazz.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Iman Shabazz. I'm no stranger to most of you.
2 years ago, my family had the misfortune of losing one of my nephews due to the involvement of overlooked systemic inequities that fuel gun violence within our city. I've lost other friends, extended family, and community members due to the same. And I've had the privilege of knowing of a young man who was raised in some of the most violent areas of Richmond. He was among a student cohort where the highest percentage of students who were failing were young boys of African descent. Now, that young man, he had the benefit of being exposed to programming that targeted his development as a young person. The program didn't have any dedicated resources. It was supported by community members and 2 teachers who were determined to help change the dynamic of their subpar performance and behavioral issues. By the young man's senior year in high school, he and his peers, they were among a varying cadre of student leaders, and it was largely because of the specific concentration on their development that each of them grew up to be a cadre of successful leaders and professionals around the country. Now, that particular young man I'm speaking of course, is me. I know firsthand what the kind of opportunities committed and sustainable programming can provide. Now, passing the budget amendment is not just a crucial step towards building a continuum of programs and services to improve the lives of young people. It is of paramount necessity for us to demonstrate our understanding of the urgency of now so that we can take the many steps that must follow. So I come before you simply to implore you to please, please pass this budget amendment post haste. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Brendan Levy.
Good evening, Madam President. For those of you that don't know me, I am Detective Brendan Levy of the Richmond Police Department and the current president of RCOP. I'd like to take this time to thank the city for this past budget year. If your intention was to defund the police, you're doing a great job. I hope you sense my sarcasm. The Richmond Police Department is down over 80 officers since June 1st of last year. Morale continues to fall. Officers cheer for others when they hear they are quitting to go to police departments that actually care about them. Chesapeake Police is about to hire another handful of extremely qualified RPD officers in the next few weeks. I've also heard that the Henrico Police are eager to open up their lateral program again in the fall. The city is wasting millions of dollars training officers that turn around and go get hired by other agencies. I'll say it again. The city is wasting millions of dollars training officers that leave as quickly as they get here. In order for the city to save money, they have to be willing to spend the money up front, which they clearly haven't been willing to do. We're among the lowest paid police departments in Central Virginia. This is an embarrassment. The city wants to say RCOP and Local 995 came to them too late with our new pay proposal. We had employees from city HR and budget in our meetings as early as February. How early did they want us to come to them? Why is it our job to educate the city about how broken their own pay plan is? What would happen if RCOP and Local 995 didn't exist? I plan on meeting with the city administration, public safety committee members, and the rest of the city council on a regular basis so what transpired this budget year never happens again. I'll be putting the time, work, and energy into this project for the next 12 months to make sure it is done correctly, including being heavily involved in this pay study that will be conducted. Get used to looking at me because I'm not going anywhere. I look forward to meeting with everyone in the future to speak on this farther. I'd also like to again propose going on a ride along in the city. I'll take you myself. It will show how dire the situation really is. Thank you, Madam President, for letting me speak this evening. And I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levy.
The next speaker is King Kalfani.
Madam President, Madam Vice President, members of council, I'm coming before you to support Councilwoman Lambert's budget amendment of just $500,000 to fully staff rec and parks and to do some work to quell the violence that we find in our communities. $500,000 is very little. Think about this, 14 to 19-year-olds in public housing don't have any programs directed toward them. That's a crucial segment of our population that need programmatic thrust. And programs that teach knowledge of self, restorative justice, and self-love. So please, council members, support the budget amendment of only $500,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mike Heiser.
Good evening, Madam President and members of council. My name is Mike Heiser. I'm a City of Richmond firefighter, and I'm calling in today to speak on the staffing shortage in the city fire department. We are at crisis levels. We've implemented a mandatory overtime policy to attempt to address it, but it's not going to be enough, and it's putting undue strain on members of the fire department, and it's going to, it can affect our health, our well-being. I'm a single father to twins. My days off, I spend changing diapers and I can't work mandatory overtime on days that I have my kids because I'm court ordered to have custody with my children. And I'm gonna have that day because a judge told me I have to be with my children, and that's where I want to be. We're putting people in jeopardy. Firefighters and police are consistently understaffed, or underpaid, and people are looking elsewhere. You're going to lose a lot of good experience. People that have been on the job for a long period of time that haven't been compensated with their experience and the time that they put in, they're going to go elsewhere. And RICO's opening up lateral hires, so is Chesterfield. We're already running about 30 staffing vacancies currently. That's two fire companies across all three shifts, 30 vacancies. That's two firehouses without firefighters, just to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heiser.
The next speaker is Dr. Ram Bhagat.
Good evening, Madam President Newbill, Madam Vice President Robertson, and distinguished members of City Council. My name is Dr. Ram Bhagat. I truly appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of the budget amendment to allocate emergency funding and resources to address gun violence in Metro Richmond. I live in Southside Richmond in the 8th District, where gunshots ring out on a regular basis in my neighborhood, located only 0.5 miles from a school. Like most residents of our city, I was heartbroken, frustrated, and angry because of the recent shootings and murders that devastated the Belt Atlantic community. The trauma caused by community gun violence must be addressed, and the lives of our youth must be uplifted. We have been dealing with this epidemic for decades, and like other community activists across the city, I've been actively involved in dealing with the trauma caused by gun violence. My younger brother died from a gunshot wound. I know firsthand that we need a coordinated, organized, and well-funded mobilization to sustain the work to help youth and families traumatized by gun violence. In addition to transformative cultural programming, there is an urgent need to build capacity in our communities to support the communities most adversely affected in order to heal from the ongoing, perpetual urban trauma that devalues, disconnects, and alienates our youth. This is not something we can accomplish with one-and-done funding. However, by providing the emergency funding earmarked in this budget amendment proposed by Councilwoman Lambert, the city will send a strong message that we are tired of the killing, that enough is enough, and that we will invest in community building and community healing, and that we believe the lives of our children matter. Peace and love. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhagat.
The next speaker is Ryan Burke.
Good evening, Madam President, members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm speaking as a member of Richmond Fire Local 995 about my concern with our newly implemented mandatory overtime policy. My belief is that this was implemented in haste and without complete thought on how it will function, and more importantly, how it will affect the employees of Richmond Fire. You read the documents that were released to us on May 14th, which was only 6 days before the procedure was set to go into effect. You'll quickly realize that there are major concerns. The procedure itself is an overarching document giving broad direction for how the process will work. Along with this procedure was an informal question and answer document with the real teeth. This document, again, not included in the formal procedure, outlines how exemptions will work, how we can identify our location on the list, how scheduled and unscheduled leave will affect us in this process, and how notifications will be made, and many more critical points. These not to be included in the formal procedure are concerning. Another concern is the answer to many of these questions are only able to be answered by a firefighter's individual battalion chief. This leaves little accountability and no consistency. As a father of a 1-year-old, I now only have to arrange childcare on the days I'm normally scheduled to work, but now also at least 1 to 2 additional days a month, regardless of whether my mandatory is implemented or not. Even if I'm not needed, I still must have childcare arranged and must bear the cost of that. I'm one of hundreds of your employees in this exact situation. With today's cost of childcare either approaching or surpassing the cost of a home, this making things more difficult is an understatement. All of this combined is leading firefighters to work less voluntary overtime, which creates more mandatory, creating more burnout and more vacancies. This vacancy problem didn't start overnight, but we're paying for it every single day. To finish my comment, Council, I had the opportunity to speak with you about a month and a half ago about our proposed pay plan. And at the time, I said I could not be more proud to work for you and represent this city, also being the capital city of Virginia. I still feel that exact way today. Working here as a firefighter is truly a life goal of mine. I feel that my passion and love for this city and this job is being taken advantage of with this policy. Please find a way to pass a pay study so we can push toward a new pay plan, retain good firefighters, and reduce the vacancies in our department.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
The next speaker is Ralph Stuckey.
Good evening, Madam President. Good evening, Council. I'm Ralph Stuckey, the Director of Resident Services for Richmond Redevelopment Housing Authority. Our interim CEO, Stacy Daniel Faison, could not be here, and she sends her regrets. And so we wholeheartedly support Councilwoman Lambert's effort to have a budget amendment in the Gilpin Court. But I want to put this in really perspective for you, because Councilman Jones talked about opportunity. So what opportunity we have currently at the Calhoun Center, we have 1 full-time park and recreation staff person and 1 part-time person and 980 school-aged children in Gilpin Court. That is to put things in perspective in terms of what little support and opportunity the children have in Gilpin Court with that. And we do have other partners. But also I want to share with you that our interim CEO, along with our Board of Commissioners, has committed to the mechanical upgrades and do some upgrades at the Calhoun Center. We currently are working with partners for a computer in STEM lab. And right now that bill is at $100,000 in terms of what we're going to do as a housing authority. And additionally, we have committed and we are in the process of looking to spend close to $250,000 in summer youth employment across our communities, which we will be hiring over 200 people. Now the city, 200 young people. The city, we'll be hiring 100 young people. The city's Mayor Youth Academy, for the entire city of Richmond, they hire about 200 people. So as Councilman Jones talked about, the investment opportunity is really what gives our children an opportunity to move forward. And so I just wanted to bring that home again. The 14 to 18-year-olds have no opportunity in our communities for employment because many of their parents are employed. But again, I want to thank you for this opportunity. We want you to support this effort, and we're going to do our part. And I just want to leave you with, we are building communities, changing lives. That's who we are. That's what we do. That's our RHA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stuckey.
The next speaker is Keisha Cummings.
Hi, council members. I'd like to thank Councilwoman Lambert for putting this resolution forward in terms of investing in our youth through Parks and Recreation. I'm sorry about this. So we have had a whole year of kids in Richmond, the most poverty-stricken area out of all the counties, have not been in school at all. They have not had the ability to really have any kind of recreation. And as you guys see on the news, the gun violence is increasing steadily. And we need this resolution so that we can invest in our kids to curtail what's inevitably going to happen. Our kids have been caged in. And I'm not just even talking about this year. This year just exemplifies, just has magnified what our kids, specifically the kids in RRHA, have been dealing with for years. And I just want to point out to Councilman Lambert, in an email that I received, you talked about the atrocity that just happened in Midlothian Village. And I want you to know, I know that you're a new city council member, that it happens in Gilpin Court all the time. If you go between the 1100 block of St. Paul Street and St. Peter Street, you will still see a memorial for a young man named JoJo that was killed there last year. I encourage all the city. This year just exemplifies, just has magnified. I'm sorry. You will see a memorial for him that still lies there. From last year, he was murdered on August 20th. And I just want to take the time to tell everybody on here where I met JoJo at. I met JoJo at the Calhoun Center, at the Ray Neblet Inner City Basketball Camp, a grassroots organization that had 400 kids come for free and play basketball for free and get hot meals for free without any funding at all from the city. That's why I met JoJo at the Calhoun Center, where the kids from Gilpin Court could come in here and play checkers, could come in here and play cards, could go upstairs to the basketball court, could go downstairs and swim. And so if anybody,
that's your time.
Ma'am, if anybody on this call doesn't know, it's not a source right now. The Calhoun Center is not like that. And it's not just about Gilpin Court. Councilman Robert, the kids are suffering in Mosby, Hillside, Afton, Highland Park, Wickham too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cummings.
The next speaker is Christopher Stowell. Christopher Stowell or Stowell. The next speaker is Evan Ackerman.
Good evening, President Newbill and members of council. My name is Evan Ackerman. I'm a firefighter with the city of Richmond. I've been here for 3 years. I just want to take the opportunity to speak out against the hastily implemented mandatory overtime policy that's affecting myself and all my RFD brothers and sisters. I'm a father of 2 children, one of which has special needs. I work 10 days a month away from home, and now I'm being told that 2 days a month on top of that, I have to find and provide extra child care for my son with special needs. It's unfair to ask this of the Richmond Fire Department. Our members work day and night to provide the best service to the citizens as possible, and we deserve more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman.
The next speaker is Brian Bradley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Members of City Council, I am a 10-year resident of the City of Richmond and Councilwoman Newbill's district. I've been employed by the City of Richmond for the last 3 years in the fire department. I'm coming to you tonight to express my thoughts, experiences, and concerns. Since coming to work in Richmond, I've noticed a steady decrease in morale that can be directly tied to not being supported by City Council and the Mayor's office. Firefighters are scheduled to work 2,912 hours per year, a third of the year. With the new mandatory overtime policy, we are now expected and bound to be able to work an additional 1 to 2 shifts a month. Last Saturday was the first day that the policy was in effect. The mandatory overtime list for the day was exhausted, including myself being mandated to work. This shows that the fire department being understaffed is an issue that was not created recently. The lack of planning and urgency to fill vacancies is now having a direct and negative effect on the fire department's employees. I voluntarily worked an additional 20 days in the past year. I'm now completely unmotivated to volunteer to work overtime shifts, knowing that I will get mandated to work an additional 1 to 2 shifts a month. My wife and I are planning on hopefully having a baby in the next year. An additional 1 to 2 shifts a month will cause us to not be able to care for our future child on our own. Now my wife and I have to alter our plans on when to start a family due to this mandatory overtime policy. This was not something I envisioned when I was recruited and hired.
The fire department was not given approval to begin a hiring process until last week. This hiring process for the first recruit academy since 2019. With the length of the hiring process and full recruit academy, it will be over a year before there are new firefighters in the fire stations to fill vacancies. During this next year that we are mandated to work and wait for new firefighters, more vacancies will be created through retirements and firefighters leaving for Henrico's and Chesterfield's fire departments. If not handled aggressively, this will be a cat and mouse game for years to come.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. That's your time.
All right, well, it's time for change.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
The next speaker is John Washington.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I come before Council to speak on the excessive overtime and the mandatory overtime policy. I'm a firefighter in the city of Richmond. I work at Station 1. I'm assigned at Truck 2. I'm currently in President Newbill's district. I had something to say here, but you know what? I've had a change of heart. I listen to my brothers and sisters talk, and it's just disturbing. I'm sitting here, I am watching council, I'm watching your actions, I'm watching how y'all are paying attention, and it's just disturbing. I've just lost what I had to say to y'all, and I wrote it down because what I've gathered just by sitting here and listening to my brothers and sisters talk, council doesn't care. Gestures say more than anything. Any word that I could possibly say. I see you are moving, some of you are moving around, you're doing other things, you're looking down. Obviously, you're probably reading something. And that's a slap in the Richmond Fire Department's face. When we come to work, we try to give 110% all the time. And just to see that our time has been cut short from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, despite how many people we have to speak, says truly how much you care. So therefore, there's no need for me to say any more. God bless. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Washington.
The next speaker is Kenneth Satterwhite. Kenneth Satterwhite. The next speaker is Brian Beatty.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Madam President and members of City Council. My name is Brian Beatty, a Richmond firefighter for roughly 10 years. Thus far, my career tracking is a success, where recently I've been promoted to lieutenant in charge of a busy truck company and accomplished water rescue team. Even with notable achievements in my career, the extensive hours and low wages due to an inconsistent pay plan with significant shortcomings continue to be a problem. Firefighters in surrounding counties with less years of service are making more than I will be, even as a supervising officer. The already taxing hours took a toll on my marriage, and they were a key factor in my divorce. With joint custody of my 2 daughters, 3 and 5 years of age, are under my care 50% of the time. The fire department's 56-hour work week puts me at work for 1/3 of my life. I, as well as everyone else with our schedule, are already missing holidays, birthdays, and school functions, amongst other events with our current schedule. And to enforce a policy that takes me away from my children more than I already am is disheartening. The schedule is not conducive to work overtime without critically interfering with my child care responsibilities. This is not just my life you're severely impacting. It is that of my children as well. I genuinely enjoy the professional footprint I've developed over the years and truly love what I do. However, I refuse to permit a low-paying job to hinder my time with my children. I fought hard for joint custody, and as you can imagine, it was not an easy task to accomplish with the hours I'm already committed to. Quitting is not my vocabulary, and it's not typically an option for myself or the men and women I work alongside. But I am prepared to submit my letter of resignation before jeopardizing losing custody of my children due to an inconsistent child care arrangement caused by this mandatory overtime policy. Please hire more firefighters and fix the pay plan so we can avoid the short-staffed fire companies to all the council districts, as well as end the mandatory overtime policy. Thank you for taking the time to express my concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Beatty.
The next speaker is Michael Oprandi. Michael Oprandi.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you. Good evening, Madam President and members of council. Michael Prandy. I'm a captain in the Richmond Fire Department, and I'm also Secretary Treasurer of Local 995. And I represent, along with President Andes, about 325 members of this great local. First, I just wanted to say that we're obviously disappointed that we did not get the votes necessary to get our 20-year pay plan. We had a problem with our current pay plan that is a lot of inequities that we pointed out, and quite frankly, should be looked at in court for some of the issues that we're having with this pay plan. And we worked hard to bring forth a solution to that problem. And I know that we had some advocates of our plan on council, and I thank you for that. But I just ask that President Newbill that we really make it a priority to get this pay study done, and whatever you all need to do to vet our plan so we can pay our members adequately and appropriately, especially with the surrounding jurisdictions, what they're doing. I mean, we're going to lose people. We're going to lose our, some good friends of mine. I know I've heard as many as 20 possibly that are already in the process to be moving over to other counties because the pay matters to these folks. When you're talking about $15,000 to $20,000 to $25,000 pay raise, that kind of stuff is life changing for most people. And I hate to see these folks leave our organization. And the other thing is the mandatory overtime. We have a staffing issue almost every day. In your council districts, we have apparatus that is understaffed. We have got to fix this staffing issue. We have a mandatory overtime policy now that is taking its toll on our members.
Thank you. That's your time.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Oprandi.
The next speaker is Joseph Signorelli.
Can you hear
Joseph, yes.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. President Newbell, members of council. I talk before you as a member of Local 995 this evening with great concern over the state of your and mine fire department. In 13 years as a firefighter for the City of Richmond Fire Department, I have not seen morale as low as it currently is. This includes my 8 years where we went without raises. What I mentioned tonight is just the major concerns many of us firefighters have with the state of the department and city. We are being asked more and more each time with each passing month over the last year and see no return on our investment of time. And during the last year, the Richmond Fire Department firefighters have continued to be on the front lines of the city. We have taken on COVID both in care and in prevention aspects through our response to emergency incidents, distribution of COVID PPE to communities, and working with vaccination clinics for the area. We have done and continue to do all this without the ability to telework or with the risk of bringing it to our families. During civil unrest, we responded to fires and medical emergencies, acting as professional all the time. We treated injuries to bystanders, protesters, and police officers. We do not watch as cars, buses, and businesses and museums burnt down. We respond and extinguish the fires, all while having rocks thrown at us. We have vacation canceled, signed up for additional shifts, and would spend hours prepping for uncertainty of the evening or cleaning up from the night before, all while still responding to daily calls for service and training needs. We have sat by running with 3 members due to daily staffing shortages, run incidents with malfunctioning apparatus due to limited reserve fleet, and operating carcinogen contaminated turnout gear because we don't own our own gear washers as a department. We go out of our way daily, citywide, to help citizens, whether it's helping push their car out of the road when it breaks down, feed neighborhood kids meals, help our senior citizens fix issues in their home, or be positive role models for members in the community. And again, we do all this outside of our daily routines and call for service. Now, after all Now, after one of the most demanding years we have seen in quite some time, we sit by and watch our surrounding jurisdictions receive substantial raises and changes to their pay plan as we receive mandatory overtime.
Thank
We have
you.
lost
That's
our
your
career
time.
development. We have little to no hopes of education raises and little hopes of seeing top pay.
Thank you, Mr.
We continue to
Signorelli.
be
That's
at the
your time.
table. We didn't want to be greedy, but we asked for a pay plan to reach, and we received nothing. Thank you for your time. There are
Thank you,
stats on
Mr.
mandatory overtime that are astronomical.
Thank you, Mr. Signorelli.
The next speaker is Jonathan Davis.
Thank you, Madam President, members of City Council. I come to you before you this evening speaking on behalf of the amendment that Councilwoman Ann Lambert has put forth, $500,000 to hire more staff and provide programs. For the children of working parents in Richmond, there's a gap between when the school bell rings and when they arrive at the dinner table. Much can happen within that time frame, and there isn't a place to go to participate in organized activities or even do homework. If there isn't, then the streets are what's going to swallow them up. Councilman Jones said earlier that parks and rec were a very big part of his life and really kept him out of trouble when he was a kid. Now, over 800 kids in Gilpin Court, and there's only one full-time staff person out of the Department of Parks and Recreation. There are no programs available for 14 to 19-year-olds, and that's hard to believe, 14 to 19-year-old males. And we wonder why gun violence and murders are at an epidemic rate. If you truly care about what happens to our youth and their livelihood and their education, if you truly care about what the future of this city holds for our children, you must support this amendment to put more money into parks and recreation, to hire more staff, to provide more programs that target this population. I work at the Department of Juvenile Justice, and I'm tired of kids coming to me who have been caught up in the streets because they had no role models like Russell Williams at the Randolph Community Center, who was my role model when I was a kid. Our youth are in crisis mode, and as a result of this pandemic, it is more important than ever to provide these youth with everything they need to cope with what they and their families have been going through. Give them the opportunity to receive help through tutoring and other services. Thank God for Virginia Union for stepping up to the plate to adopt Gilpin Court and offering tutoring. I ask you to please support this amendment. Our youth are our future, and for too long, we have been going backwards in providing the same opportunities that we had, and they needed more today than we ever did. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
The next speaker is Glenn Ivory. Glenn Ivory.
Yes, good evening, City Council. I'm glad to be here today, glad to speak. I wanted to start off by saying that I don't understand how we can plan to build the economic development in the city of Richmond, but then you leave certain things as far as fire safety in the background and unnoticed or not recognized and cared about, just as you want to build Richmond, which seems to be that y'all want it to be a tier 1 city. So Richmond was number one as far as was in the 1% as far as fire suppression safety, and that alone says to us, and it should say to the City Council, that we're deserving of better treatment and we're deserving of better things when it comes to at least being able to have the personnel and the fleet to be able to make sure that we continue to protect the city. With it already being a deficiency with the amount of members, and looking forward is going to be even more of a deficiency because they're leaving to other counties, it doesn't make sense that you're going to add, logically it doesn't make sense that you're going to add more things and then ask us to continue to keep the city of Richmond safe. These are things as far as being in the top 1% that have been facts that can't even be denied. So we're going forward with the budget. I'm all for it. I'm all for the amendment as far as the budget plan going in the 20-year plan. And I just think that that the city council and whoever else is involved as far as the management have to do a better job of at least getting us some more personnel and to be able to man these shifts that they're asking us to take over. So like Brian Bradley said, it's time for change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ivory.
The next speaker is Deantra Johnson. Deantra?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So first off, good evening to everyone. And I just wanted to speak on the gun violence that's in the city. I've grown up in Richmond all of my life, and it is not just a turf war. It's a product of the broken families and households. And in order to restore the hope in our children, it's urgent that we also focus on equipping the parents with the proper resources and assistance that is needed to raise the children of the city. Investing in park and recreation is a great way to occupy the time of the youth, after-school programs and things of that such. But what about still installing skill building, not just entertainment like sports, but etiquette, manners, home economics, financial management. Those are things that the youth need as well. And then also, I wanted to speak on the topic of mental health. Our children are suffering. COVID helped them desocialize and isolate. And so now they're left with a situation where in the inner city, the children are trying to figure out how to reattach themselves to being social. So that's an issue. Many of the inner city children have grown up without fathers and uncles and brothers and people to stand there and be role models. And vice versa. The women are hardworking and maintaining a home. So my position is how can we help our community as a whole? Like, how do we elevate not just the children and the youth, but empower the adults as well? Richmond should be a city that we're proud of as a whole. The urban communities, the province-stricken communities, as well as the clean-cut grass areas where the streets are paved. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last speaker is Amy Wentz.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Greetings, Richmond leaders. First, I'd like to say that I appreciate and applaud any council member that initiates engagement with their residents, that is organized and provides proof of feedback, because it's really important that we feel seen and heard, and that our priorities are thought of in the yearly budget discussions as enthusiastically as it is taken into account regarding the resort casino. I'm providing comment in support of Councilwoman Lambert's budget amendment to provide $500,000 towards staffing and intentional programming for all children, with a special highlight of 14 to 19-year-olds living in our public housing communities. I truly believe the city's return on investment will be the enhancement of joy and quality of life of our young people. We cannot expect our youth to engage in youthfulness if we are not providing safe and appealing programs in and around our public housing communities. I encourage everyone listening to do a bit of homework in researching the rights of a child, which are basic human rights. I'd ask that you support this amendment and look forward to hearing the programming plan from RHA moving forward for our babies. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
President, that concludes the list of speakers who have signed up for this evening's public hearing on the budget.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First, I'd like to thank all who joined us this evening to provide us with comment across the various areas, whether it was funding for additional staffing in our parks and recreation facilities, to addressing the challenges, certainly, as we hear it clearly, of overtime requirements, and certainly the concerns relative to payment. And this is very specifically public safety salary payment. We will certainly look to expedite the study such that we can, as quickly as possible, put into place the kind of salary befitting and deserving of our public safety professionals. Certainly in terms of youth programming, we have, and you will find included in our budget documents, the allocation for increased funding for Parks and Recreation so that we can provide those additional resources for our youth throughout our communities. And look forward to working even more collaboratively with you across these areas as we continue this work to improve our offerings for our citizens, but also for our employees, public safety, and all city employees. With that, Madam Clerk, if we can proceed to close out the public hearing at this point and bring it back to council for further discussion. Madam Clerk, at this point, Vice President Robertson, Councilwoman Lambert, Councilwoman Jordan. I'm seeing the ordering.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yes.
I just want to thank all of the speakers that came down this evening to present and express their concerns and to share with us, you know, the reality of what we are dealing with in the city of Richmond. And I'd like to let all of our speakers and all of the citizens, all of the residents in the city of Richmond know that, yes, we do care. And that we do appreciate all of your comments, and we recognize that this budget does not meet all of the city's needs. In many areas it falls extremely short. I appreciate the amendment that you all spoke to as related to the youth. And truly, it is worth the city's time and worth City Council's time to not only look at all of our public housing communities, especially, but not only our public housing communities, but the services overall that the city is providing as it relates to our young people, where those services are located and what quality of services they are. And certainly, you know, we're very concerned about, you know, I've lived in the city for many, many years. I've served on City Council for 17 years. Gun violence is nothing new to this city. I can remember what the homicide rate was when I first came on council, and it seems to be on a steady incline in the past year or more. And there are initiatives that we put in place that have worked better than where we are at the present time. Certainly we're concerned about, and we need to address, it's painful to hear our residents speak to the issues and the challenges that they're living with on a daily basis, the lack of adequate staff, the level of vacancies that we have, the inadequacy in pay, the expectation for more hours of work without the increase in pay that is necessary to provide the cost that is associated with extra hours that we are demanding that you work. our public housing communities grossly underserved as it relates to the kinds of service we provide for our children and our young people that live, and the parents that live in those communities. Our relationship with HUD, the decrease in funding that we have seen over the years from HUD for our public housing communities and the services that are there. We work very hard to build stronger partnerships and leverage money and bring additional monies to the table to make things happen. I'm grateful for the equity plan that the mayor introduced this afternoon. I'm grateful that we were able to find some funding and looking forward to additional funding to be put in the budget as it relates to gun violence. I'm glad that we are increasing the revenue for Parks and Rec. And it's needed throughout the city. I had this conversation with the directors and staff in the public Parks and Rec, and they talked about the drastic cuts that have been made in Parks and Recs over the years, consistently. And I will say, as a council member and the colleagues on council that I've worked with over the years, budgeting is extremely hard and extremely difficult. And it is very challenging to be able to find the funds that we need to provide the quality of service that all of our residents need. So I want the person who said we're not paying attention to know, from my perspective, looking down sometimes means that, I've got a piece of paper here that I'm taking notes. And I'm looking at ways that we need to do a better job of getting in front of the budgeting process, and also giving people, you, an opportunity to have this voice, not just on this night before we adopt the budget, but opportunities to have you more engaged in the process very early in our budgeting process. I think there are some things that we are obligated to pay out of the budget, like, our debts. I think that now is also important that we put higher priority on things that we must do. I'm glad that we found money in the budget to provide some of our staffing overall, some funding increase this year, which we haven't done. We haven't done in years. And so there's a lot to be done, and we hear you loud and clear. And I intend, and I know that Dr. Newbill and I have been having conversations with the mayor and his administration of looking at a process to enhance budgeting process so that we will find ourselves in a better position to communicate with you, the residents of the city, early along in the budget process. And Madam President, I could go on, and I know that my colleagues can do the same. It's so painful to have these kinds of citizens that we hear their heart ache and how their spirit is broken as well. But we want to thank, the last thing I would like to say is that in spite of it all, we do care. We thank you, each one of you, for being willing to be an employee of the city of Richmond. And we hope that we will continue to work together to make this a valuable experience for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Robertson. Councilwoman Lambert?
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank all of the speakers that came out to voice their support for the budget amendment tonight, especially Keisha Cummings, Mr. Stuckey from RHA. I'm just so glad and happy to hear that you all are starting to make those improvements at the Calhoun Center. I mean, we have several crises going on here in the city of Richmond. Affordable housing, gun violence, and we have no middle schools in the city that are accredited. That's just 3. But my colleagues know that I can go on and on and on. So the point is that none of us have a magic wand for these systematic issues, but if we work together, we can find solutions to the issues that face us. So the listening tour that I had 3 phases. And we had more than 50 individual meetings with the mayor, my colleagues, city department heads. In phase 3, I got to learn the different issues that plague the 3rd district. For example, I learned that our business leaders are facing unacceptable wait times and red tape as they try to obtain zoning permits. I learned that our faith leaders, their number one concern is that for their congregations is mental health issues. So this brings me to this year's budget. And if I was going to submit a budget amendment, I wanted to come from the issues that my constituents raised during my listening tour. And the one that I wanted to fight for first was the concerns of our children. Folks said to me, Councilman Lambert, please find something for the youth to do. I said, I'm on it. I'm listening. I hear you. And that was the first budget amendment I wanted to put in, was to make sure we had more staff. And when I heard that there was over 987 children in Gilpin Court and there's only one full-time staff person, that broke my heart. So anyone that has worked with children knows that this is unacceptable. So I submitted the budget amendment, and it's for staffing for our parks and recs in our public housing communities. And that's just a drop in the bucket. But I hope to get the support from my colleagues tonight so that those children can get the relevant program that they need in their community. Programs like conflict resolution, martial arts, entrepreneurship, gaming. This will help our children, and they will also help address the issue of public safety and gun violence. Again, I want to thank everyone that spoke tonight and supported this amendment, and I so appreciate you all engagement with the political process. That is how we are going to move Richmond forward, is if everyone gets involved, voice your concerns so that us and my colleagues can actually make some change. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you all, and have a great one.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lambert. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who signed up to speak, came, listened for your turn, spoke your comments, and I especially want to thank those who are really frustrated with their station right now and what has happened with the budget process. This was a learning experience for me, certainly, and I think every budget that I've watched has been very hard to stick with because there's always more than what we can fund. But I am deeply alarmed by what is happening with our first responders, and thank you for taking the time again away from your family to tell us what is happening. I hope that we can have a conversation on fixing this sooner than what was discussed during the budget process, and perhaps that can be in O&D, but we've got to get this moving. I mean, I've seen firsthand, the heroics that our first responders go to. There was a fire in the fan, and I think there were at least 4 fire trucks that had to respond. And if it had gotten out of hand, it already had spread from one house to the other to the roof. It could have taken the whole block out. And that's terrifying. It's very hard work. And what really resonated with me also is it's not just the firefighters, it's their families that have to step up when their loved ones have to go to work for this mandatory overtime. So I really appreciate the extra time that everyone spent to call in on this issue and on all the budget issues that you care about. And I hope we can do better and find a way to improve the situation, because the time is now. So thank you very much to everyone who called in.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jordan. Councilwoman Trammell.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, would like to thank all the speakers that came out here tonight to speak. And Vice President Ellen Robertson is so right. All these years that we've been on council, we have been fighting and fighting. Even when Marty Jewell was on council, we were fighting for recreation centers and for to have more staffing and to have something for the children to do, to get them off the street. And we know that when you close community centers or you don't offer things, the children are going to be out in the street because they have nothing to do. So I appreciate you, Councilwoman Ann Lambert, and for all that you do. And I know that as we all say, a community center is not for just one district. All the children can come anywhere that offers swimming, whatever, like at Blackwell Community Center. They have swimming. Don't have it at Oak Grove. Don't have it on Richmond Highway. Well, we have it there. And the community centers are for everyone. And we could provide transportation too for these children, because a lot of times children do not have transportation to go there or to be a part of it in sports or whatever. I hear children all the time say, you know, if only we had a bus that could pick us up, you know, and take us there. So I just want to say that Recreation Park is very, very dear to my heart, and I thank Chris from administration for working with me with the Hickory Hill Community Center. I know that we put money into that. There's going to be a lot of things happening over there, and also T.B. Smith Community Center, the Blackwell Community Center, and also the walking trail over there at Davy Gardens. That's things that it takes money to do all of it. And there's 9 council members, and we all try to spread the wealth. Well, you know, we don't all have a whole lot. And I want to thank those firefighters. Usually it's the police officers that come to us outnumbered. This year it's been police and fire, all of them coming out pouring their heart out to us. If we don't have safe communities and we don't have firefighters to come to respond to these fires and all that, where are we going to be? The citizens that feel like they're not safe, or they feel like they call 911 and there's no officer to respond, or the firefighters, they're tied up on another call somewhere else and can't get to this fire, what happens? As Captain Jordan said, the whole block could have burned up. You know, it could have been more than just, you know, that fire right there. We've got to do something, and I know that we talk about the study, $100,000, and I fought so hard, and I know I'm not going to go into every detail, because as Councilwoman Lambert said, over 50 meetings, and that's not, I mean, that's all the time. And I mean, we can't go out and say, well, we're going to get you this. I've learned, believe me, and Ellen, you know what I'm talking about. We get out there and say, we got it coming, and the next thing you know, it didn't happen. Or we had to take the money and put it over here, or take the money for this, or take the money for that. So we learned that, hey, you don't get out there until you know that it's definitely going to be. You have to have the majority of council members come together to support one another. And yeah, there's some things that all of us didn't get. I understand that. But you know what? We wanted to make sure that we had it for the children, for our seniors, and the police and the fire. I know that we've talked about this over and over and over. I want something to be done for those police officers and those firefighters to have the money that they deserve. It's not fair. Every year they come to us. Every year we make promises. Every year we break those promises. And there's $158 million coming. $158 million. And it's not going to be after October, whatever. It's coming now. Let's look at that. And President Newville, I know it's in your heart. I know that you and I've had this conversation over and over, and other colleagues, all of us together. We want to do the right thing by police and fire, because we know that the surrounding counties are stealing them from us, taking them, because they're offering more. Every time we think we're up to the pay scale, they up it like this. And then guess what? With COVID and restaurants, that's what people don't understand too. We've lost a lot of money with restaurants being closed, with people being unemployed, people not being able to get a job, people don't have to pay the utilities, don't have to pay the VEPCO, they don't have to because they don't have a job and they can't even pay the rent. So guess what? That's money that's not coming into us. Now I'm hearing from seniors who don't have the other half of the real estate to pay that, which is due in June. Personal property taxes are due June the 5th. They're calling me, what happens if we haven't got our bill yet? You know, finance, everybody's not back at work because of COVID. As I said earlier, my neighbor in my neighborhood is in the hospital recently with COVID. So we got to realize it's not gone away completely. It's still out here. And people are still being tested for it, and people still are not employed because of COVID. That has really hurt the city. As the mayor said to me last November, we got to do something, Reba, to bring in more revenue into the city. What about a casino? One casino has gotten our support from all 9 of us to be over here in the 8th district, not in a neighborhood, but off of Bells Road and Commerce. $600 million. The biggest investment we've had over here probably in over 50-some years. I've always lived in the 8th district. So I just want to say I've been out here. I've talked to people about the budget, and you know what they said? You've been doing this 18 years. You've been listening to us. That's why we voted for you. And we know that the budget is not the easiest thing. We know you all are trying to do the right thing by everybody. And yes, I want to again thank all the police officers and the firefighters for the one hell of a job that you all do 24/7, 365 days. And yes, I've been hearing all day long for the past, all week, that you all have been asked to do more now, overtime. They're going to get burned out, President Newell, and the mayor. All of us need to come back together with this budget. I'm going to vote for the budget, so I don't want to say like we did last year, because I was so upset about things that did not get funded and did not happen. But I want to make a promise to our police officers and our firefighters. We're going to come back to the table, and we're going to make sure that we do more for you all, because you all deserve it. You all are our families, too. Thank you, Madam President.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Larson?
Thank you, Dr. Newell. I'll be brief. Thank you to all the speakers who came out tonight. I appreciate your time and for signing up in advance to speak, and appreciate all the comments. Councilwoman Lambert, I'm happy to support your amendment and think it's great. Love programming for kids, and it's needed. I think Councilwoman Trammell said, you know, wherever the rec centers are, it often attracts kids from all over the city. My children have been in Parks and Rec programs, North Side, South Side. We're not afraid to cross the river. But anyway, that was great. I did want to speak about fire and police. I too am going to support the budget tonight, but I will say that the fire and police pay and not being able to implement the new pay plan that I did agree needed the third-party analysis, but I wanted to see that implemented mid-year when the study was done. And I realized there was some question about when it was going to be done, but I felt like we could push it. We did not have a majority who felt that way, so we are where we are. But I am committed to work with our first responders. I hear you and have been hearing you for the last, several months, and sharing personal stories. And it has been, I've heard more pain and feelings like you're not respected in your voices than I've heard since I've been elected to office. And that is not how I want you to feel. You all are on those front lines. You're protecting us daily, round the clock. And I so appreciate you and am here to work with you. So, yes, I'm supporting the budget tonight. Appreciate the input, and, supporting fire and police because I want them to get something. But I wish we had worked harder on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Larson. Councilman Addison?
Thank you, Council President. I really appreciate the conversations tonight, and also for the past probably 3 months with my fellow council members, but more importantly, those who came to speak their minds around their priorities, things that they want to see in this budget. And as someone who you've elected to serve for now my second term, from 15 months ago till now, it's been a tough time. Closed businesses, unemployed residents, friends, neighbors, people that have been kind of struggling with this working remotely, virtual working, all the things that make it tough in this day and age. And then we're now seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. But right now we're making decisions based upon what information we have today. And I would love to support funding more raises for city staff, police, fire, step raises, increases for competing with the region and keeping up with what Henrico and Chesterfield announced before our budget came out. And those are things that I feel like are before us as an opportunity. And I'm saying opportunity because we just saw a final selection of a casino project. Whether you like it or not, it is an incredible opportunity for employment, new revenues, and whether or not you go to it, that's fine. The point of the issue is that we have an opportunity in which we are diversifying and changing how we operate as a city. For too long, our revenues have been stagnant, stuck at a place where they grow at an inflation level rate of 2 to 3%. And right now, we are sitting on incredible hundreds of acres of land in this landlocked city that can be developed, that can be created for new jobs, new housing, affordable housing, and opportunities for tomorrow to create the change that you want me to fund. And what I'm dealing with is right now is, I'm not saying you're not important. I'm saying is that we have been dealing with decisions that are in the margins. And it's hard to make the decisions that you're asking me to make when I only have $15, $20 million a year to use to fund all the things that we know we need to fund. It's schools, education, it's streets, it's sidewalks, it's police, it's fire, it's public safety, it's parks. It's educating our children after school. And those are the things that we need and we know are important. But how do we make that happen with a budget that doesn't grow? And to us right now, that is what the ARP funds are for. That is what our economy and our recovery is all about, is getting back to being Richmond again. The food destination, the place people want to go watch live music, the place people want to come to visit on the weekends. The place where I'm sure we have friends and family who've come to visit us and have been like, oh, this is Richmond? I didn't realize this is what it was about. Let's get back to that. Let's get back to the place where you have your friends and your family and the people you know that are in around your community that you are supporting with the work we do. And that's the challenge for us right now. And in this conversation tonight, I heard a lot of really heartfelt challenges facing many of our residents and their families. And I appreciate your sharing your honesty. But in this moment right now, I want you to know I'm fighting, we are fighting, we are going to work towards making sure we get the revenue we need to support everything you need for your children, for your families, more importantly, make sure you have the food on the table, roof over your head, and everything you want to do to be happy. And so while this budget isn't not perfect, it is pretty good. And I think the hard work that we all put into this over the last couple months, and our staff, especially on council, can attest to that. Now, what we do now in the next couple months is what you want to see the action on, changing those other aspects. And that's what I'm committing, and I know we will be working together on doing. And so my comment is, thank you for speaking. Thank you for sharing your passion. Thank you for sharing what you want to see us fund. I wish I had an open checkbook where we could do that, because I know it's important. It's important to me. It's important to people that you help protect and serve and keep them safe. And right now, I'm going to tell you that I'm supporting this budget as well as my colleagues, but also know that we're going to do more together to make sure that we can not have this be a fight. We're just part of our budget. You've got raises coming. We're supporting your benefits and your retirement and all the things that you expect us to be funding, because we're working really hard to make that happen. And that's what I commit with my fellow council members to do for you. So thank you again. I look forward to helping you achieve that together.
Thank you, Councilman Addison. Just as a last comment, I too will be supporting this budget, but I absolutely hear the concerns and the challenges that have been shared with us by our public safety professionals, and I will be looking to the administration to see what we can do to mitigate those concerns, especially relative to overtime. I will look to see what timeline we can impose on the initiation and completion of the study, such that we can expedite that to the extent possible, and certainly looking for the salary adjustments still even during that time frame, to be provided to our public safety professionals starting October 9th. I absolutely unequivocally support certainly the youth programming we have in the amendments, about $580,000 that the body has supported, and look forward to supporting that. But as other members have indicated, looking for resources to more comprehensively support the challenges across our city that impact our youth, our families. And so with that, Madam Clerk, if we could please move forward and call the question.
Council is voting on the budget-related ordinances as read. Mr. Addison?
Aye.
Ms. Jordan?
Aye.
Ms. Lambert?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Lynch? Ms. Lynch, I see you're on by phone. Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Newbill?
Aye.
And Ms. Lynch, I see you just unmuted. Would you like to take a vote on this?
Yes, aye. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Clerk.
you. Those papers have been adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to the regular agenda.
The item on this evening's regular agenda is item 27, Resolution 2021-R027, to declare a public necessity to amend Chapter 30 of the City Code and to initiate an amendment to the city's zoning ordinance to eliminate parking space minimums. That paper is before you. And Madam President, you are muted.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. I was asking if any patron would like to make a comment regarding this paper prior to going to public hearing at this time. Councilman Addison.
Thank you, Dr. Newville, Council President. So this paper is a repeat of a paper from a couple years ago where we were initiating in the Richmond 300 process an evaluation of our parking requirements. Truth be told, they have not been updated or evaluated to new standards since 1970s, early 1970s. So today what we're looking to do is initiate the process with planning and other staff to explore what those parking requirements need to be. We have a parking study. We have the rezoning expectations coming forward. We have future expectations on how we are going to be supporting our city moving forward. Hold on. There we go. And one of the things we want to make sure we did, my AirPods died because we've been in meetings and I've been on phone calls all day, so sorry about that. One of the things that's important is, as we look at this process, understanding that this is not a true elimination of parking. I'm not getting rid of anything. What I'm looking at is understanding the conflict between business expectations on development, expectations in the community, to how we want to make sure we understand what the parking requirements are. In contrast and support and complement of this is a strengthening of our residential program, which is an expectation on what residents in my neighborhoods and others in the city care about most, is if more development comes in my neighborhood, I'm not going to be able to park where I live. And I understand and value that. And what I think needs to happen is we can do both. And I think good cities around the country are asking the same question and are exploring this exact conversation. Cities that we look up to, like Buffalo and Hartford, Connecticut, but other cities too around the country, especially in California. We're seeing this challenge coming up in other big cities as well. The point of this is not saying we're getting rid of any parking requirements. We're just saying I'm initiating the process to engage in understanding what would that look like? What would this look like for our city? Where would it be possible? And if not eliminating, what would the changes be on requirements to understand what that looks like? At the end, what I want to see us look at is, where does parking actually need to be done? Where do we need parking for supporting our communities, our places of interest, places you want to see? more importantly, the places we want to visit. Because it's not just for us, it's also for our friends. This supports multimodal transportation, walkability, bike paths, and other pieces of our community as well. And so for me, this paper is literally asking the question, what does parking requirements require for our residents, our businesses, and our developments in our future? Because that's ultimately the goal.
Thank you, Councilman Addison. Vice President Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Mr. Addison for leading us in addressing this issue that we have in the city as it relates to parking and the requirement that we place as it relates to parking. We had this discussion. I co-patient this paper, and I'm grateful that I was allowed to do so because I think it is an area that we really need to spend a lot more quality time in looking at. We are still pretty much an automobile city. As we go through transformation to look at more opportunities for different modes of transportation, it is important that we look at our zoning requirements and how they impact the opportunity for us to make that transformation. Not eliminating something before we think through the process of the unintended consequences, and also make provisions to make sure that we are making improvements as we go through this process of looking at multiple modes of transportation. And I think Mr. Addison is a part of the Land Use and Transportation Committee to continue to have those opportunities and perhaps look at ways that we can make sure that beyond people just signing in for the committee meeting, where they can have opportunities where we can share the different modes of transportation that are in process for the city of Richmond, different modes of funding that is in line. And so I want to assure the citizens as well that this paper does not change anything, but it requests and makes sure that we're looking at options that could be available to us. There will be public hearings. There will be recommendations back to the council. Public hearings will be held on those recommendations, and there will be a lot of community and residents' engagement in the process before a decision is made as to how we best deal with adequate parking and parking facilities in the city of Richmond, and also mandatory number of parking spaces based on growth and development that we are all excited to see happen in the city of Richmond. So I'm honored to be a co-patron and look forward to the staff doing the necessary work to help us make the right decision for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other patron at this time before we go to public hearing and bring it back to council? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, if we could proceed with the public hearing on the paper. Do we have any persons who have signed up prior to this meeting to speak in opposition and or in favor of the paper? And if so, if you would please call this first speaker.
Madam President, we do not have anyone signed up to speak to address this item.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Bring it back to council. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank the patrons for, being interested in relooking at our parking minimums, because I did hear from folks across the city, especially our businesses, but also our residents, that the current parking standards just are not working. However, I want to note that we had 0 people sign up for public comment about parking. So I just would say the general public did not have a chance to really get their head around the fact that this was a big topic for tonight, because absolutely people care about parking and transportation and how our city is shaped. And I would have loved to have seen a city presentation, a staff presentation on this. so that we are moving forward from the area of common understanding and terms and facts and direction. I also want to thank those who reached out to me on the topic. I would say it was pretty evenly split. I had people who were excited about the idea, people who were 100% against it. And I do wish that this paper was written differently. I think if the whole point is to go through a study and a reevaluation, that's what it should have been written instead of just eliminating all parking minimums. I'm sure there's some cases where that's probably, sorry, there's some background noise. I lost my train of thought. I want to thank people for reaching out on this topic. I'm excited to work on the way our parking is coded in our city, but I'm just a little concerned about the way it's written, and we absolutely need to have dialogue. I'm excited about bringing these meetings to the city, to our district. I've already reached out to several folks about hosting and being co-presenters, because this is something we all need to get behind so that we understand it and we can move forward, hopefully, with some consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jordan, Councilwoman Trammell, and then Councilwoman Larson.
Madam President, so in other words, this is saying that if you go to build an apartment complex, and usually they have to allow like 2 parking spaces for each apartment. Does this mean now that we're not going to have to do that? Because I know I get a lot of calls all the time and about, the citizens, they can't park in front of their houses. They got to go park a block down the road when they get home. Then they're carrying their groceries, their children, and it's inconvenient, and they're always calling, what can I do? They're my parking space. But if you live, like if you have a curb and whatever, and a sidewalk, and you have to park on the street, that doesn't guarantee you a parking space unless you are disabled or senior and you go to the doctor to get a handicapped parking space in front of your home, so that allows you a place to park. So is that what this paper is saying?
This paper, Councilwoman Trammell, and I'll certainly defer to the patron, does not automatically eliminate parking. It does automatically trigger a process by which there will be a full review and study relative to parking options, etc., that will engage public in public hearings, public comment before moving forward with implementing any sort of modification of our parking guidelines.
So the paper,
it does not in and of itself change parking. It triggers the process by which we would have review, we would have public hearing, we would have input relative to any parking changes at this point.
Okay.
Okay. Councilwoman Larson, and then Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Dr. Newbell. To folks who are listening at home, we did have a healthy discussion about this at our informal meeting earlier today at 4 o'clock. But I did have some questions about the paper and the way it was written. Councilmember Addison explained that that the paper is about creating a process with public hearings and public dialogue and everything. And I appreciate that, and I'm glad that that is part of it. I didn't think that.
Members, if you would mute yourselves if you're not speaking, we're getting a lot of feedback. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Larson.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yes, so I appreciate that, and always want public input and public dialogue, especially on an issue like this. The 4th district, as many of you know, is just very public transportation is limited. Even bike lanes and sidewalks are limited. We are not as dense as a lot of my other colleagues in their districts, and therefore the majority of residents here do depend on cars, and parking is important. I think looking at this based on that and based on different areas and doing that analysis and going through the process is great. That's just not how I read this paper, and several folks have tried to provide some clarity to me on that, and I appreciate it. I just have to vote my conscience on this tonight, and we'll all move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Larson. Councilman Jones, and then final comment from both of you patrons. So Councilman Jones, and then Councilman Addison.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. The reason why I asked to be signed on as a co-patron simply because this is a forward-looking paper. This isn't something that necessarily stresses us as a city today, but in the next 5, 10, 15 years, it's something that we have to look at. As we talk about being landlocked, as we talk about whether or not we build up because we can't build out, what does that begin to look like, and how do we begin to address it? If we have a zoning ordinance that is basically functioning on a 50 or 60-year-old Richmond, or 50 years in the past, that's really not forward thinking and where where we're trying to go. This may not impact every district the same. The 9th, we are more suburban than we are urban, or just as much suburban as we are urban. But again, how does this impact us? For me, the word is initiate. And what does initiate an amendment actually mean, as from a phraseology standpoint? Just simply means to begin a process. That's it. I believe my colleague in the first understands this is not the vote to rule out parking. It's not that. This is simply asking for a resolution. If we were trying to do something to remove parking, it wouldn't be a resolution, it would be an ordinance. Because again, that's what we did with our B3. We put in an ordinance. And so even with that, I remember my colleague in the 5th wasn't even on council when we began this whole process of initiating an amendment change for B3 zoning. But it lingered and was there. The process was so long that my colleague in the 5th was able to get involved in the public comment portion, and to get feedback and to give input and to see how it impacted her constituents. This is just the beginning of a very long process in which we say emphatically to initiate an amendment. I believe it's the right thing, even though it may not directly impact the 9th district. I believe that it is the best thing for us to do as a city, to begin asking some of these, these forward-thinking questions. And so it's a conversation that's going to take us some time, and the best time to start a conversation about the future is the present. And that's why I'm a co-patron.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. And I'm going to go to Councilwoman Lambert has not weighed in, and then Councilman Addison, I'll come back to you to complete our comments relative to this item.
Thank you, Madam President. I would also like to sign on as a co-patron to this paper. I am all for progressive changes that we're trying to make here in the city. But since this paper is initiating a review, I'm for that as well. So I would like to be added. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lambert. Okay, Councilwoman Lynch, am I hearing your voice? Yes.
From the ether. So just a quick question, because I do think that the point about the resolution requiring public input and comment, and just as my colleague from the 9th indicated, when do you plant and I think what he was alluding to is, when do you plant a tree, 20 years ago? So this is kind of getting us started on that process as a forward-looking measure. But just to give some extra assurance, because I as I mean, we're probably one of the most impacted districts with Carytown, Uptown, and some of our other business districts south of the river. So just to give some comfort, that this process won't move, we won't see an amendment, in 2 months or a month or something, that there's some assurance that there's a diligent public input process and that the timeline will make sense. Can we hear from the administration about what that timeline might look like, just to give folks that comfort?
Yes, we can do that, but I do want to round out these comments, let the administration come. Councilwoman Jordan, did you have an additional question or comment? And then I want to go to Councilman Addison, and then we can ask the administration. I'd like to call the question after that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. Councilmember Lynch stole my question. I wanted to know what the timeline was.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Addison, while we're queuing up the administration, any further comment? You are muted, Councilman. Still muted. Okay.
I see this as a year-plus process, at least, from this resolution before us to anything coming back to council. I just think it's going to take time to really study and evaluate, which is what this is initiating the conversation around. I see robust public conversations across the city to understand different impacts on what I think is truly the conflict between development, where you're seeing mixed-use developments, and residential neighborhoods, and making sure we're supporting good growth while not displacing people from being able to park in front of their house. And I get that. I'm one of 9 people on council who hears this complaint every week. And so one of the things I feel like is a key point is that this in no way, shape, or form eliminates any parking. This is not removing parking. This is not getting rid of something. This is literally saying, how do we grow as a city together where we see the future of our city come together with walkability, bikeability, riding a bus, and getting to a place you want to get to. And I know that today, parking is always the argument I hear first. And for me, the reason why is because it's possessive. That's my parking spot. As an individual, as a resident, or as a business, because that's what our policy and our current language and laws show us. This is asking us the question as a city for the next year plus, is that the right way to grow? Is that the best way to look at what we do? Because the market drives what the market wants to see. And the market invests in the things that we need. If we need parking, it'll invest in parking. If we need to invest in public transportation, it'll invest in public transportation. And to me, what we're looking at is a challenge of 40, 50 years where we've looked at parking requirements based upon square footage, not use, square footage, being the dictator of how we make decisions on what businesses open where. And this paper just asks us, are we sure this is the best way to grow as a city? And I am asking to eliminate parking requirements because ultimately, let the market decide where parking goes. Now, I'm expecting it to be a very spirited conversation with all of our fellow 30,000 residents coming to talk about what the parking impact means to them over the next plus year. But I also know studies show that this is the conversation we need to be having. And so this is why I introduced the resolution, to ask the question, but introduce the conversation. And let's see what this shows us. And it's going to be studies, reports, analysis, and feedback. So that's my feedback.
Thank you, Councilman Addison. I don't know if you've had opportunity in the conversation with administration to have any more specificity about the timeline, public engagement phases, public hearing, any of that. And if any of those if you have any of those members are on to share, et cetera.
Madam President?
Yes. Yes.
If it's all right, I'd like to just, we'll kind of, maybe just start from the administration that, this resolution came up recently, and I think, as Director Bonka said at the time, this is an idea worthy of study, planning consideration, et cetera, and we look forward to moving forward with an engagement process to that end. I don't know if Kevin has any other details he could share on what a timeline would look like, but I think from the administration's perspective, our commitment here is that this is something worth considering and reviewing our parking requirement policies and looking forward to working collaboratively with council to bring forward recommendations. So again, I think a timeline for that will be partially determined as to what that study review and recommendations entails.
Thank you.
Kevin, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. No, I do believe a full-spirited engagement process will be on this, just in terms of a workload, trying to move some things in the queue that have already been, requested through this means. I think tonight you'll see introductions for Greater Scott's Addition, pulse zoning changes. I believe Councilperson Addison, a West Broad rezoning proposal, and accessory dwelling units are all out there and table in terms of kind of some major substantive changes. I think if this ordinance or resolution moves forward, probably the first action would be, kind of a scope of work, a plan of work that talks about maybe some timetables and engagement periods, most likely probably starting after the summer to allow us to get some research completed and provide that. But I do believe, in lieu of, rewriting the whole zoning code, if we're going to tackle something within it, I would say parking is probably a great place to start in terms of just its ability to really shape our future landscape. So, this will be a priority for our department in looking at, what may hold in terms of changes.
Thank you, Mr. Bonk. And Councilman Addison will look forward to ongoing feedback and more information in terms of that timeline, scope of work through your committee work. With that, Madam Clerk, I'd like to call the question.
Council is voting on Resolution 2021-R027 as read. Mr. Addison?
Aye.
Ms. Jordan?
I'm so conflicted. I'm sorry. Councilmember Addison, you're going to have to come to every single district meeting from now until this thing is over.
I'm in.
I will vote aye with the caveat that I'm not voting, to anyone listening or wanting to write about this in the newspaper, I'm not voting to eliminate parking minimums. This is to start looking at how we handle parking in the city. Thank you.
Ms. Lambert?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
No.
Ms. Lynch?
I would echo the sentiment. I think Councilmember Jordan summed it up beautifully. Definitely in support of a robust community input process before anything goes forward. Heard a lot of mixed feedback personally, and I spoke with my colleague about this personally. I think to Councilmember Jones' point earlier, it does move us forward, and it helps us really start planning for the next 10 to 20 years of the city and harmonize with some of the growth that we have. But we need very robust community engagement. So, Councilmember Addison, I'll be adding you to our agenda for Uptown and Carytown and all the other impacted districts, and look forward to working with you on that.
Ms. Lynch, can you state your vote for the record, please?
That was about as clear as mud. I apologize. Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
And President Newbill?
Aye.
That paper has been adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there papers to be amended this evening?
Yes, there is one, and that is item 2, ordinance 2021-085, to conditionally rezone 1801 East Main Street from the M1 Light Industrial District to the TOD 1C Transit-Oriented Nodal District. The proposed amendment to that paper is as follows. Page 2, line 6, after the word dated, strike the section date February 8th and insert the date May 17th. I will need a motion to accept the amendment as read and to continue this paper to the Monday, June 14th council meeting. And Councilmember Addison, will you make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Council is voting on the motion to amend and continue ordinance 2021-085 as stated. Mr. Addison?
You're muted, Miss Addison. Okay.
Ms. Jordan?
Aye.
Ms. Lambert?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Lynch?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
And President Newbill?
Aye.
That motion has been approved, and that paper will be before you again as amended on June 14th.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to the papers for expedited consideration this evening.
Yes, Madam President, the first paper for expedited consideration is a resolution to declare gun violence as a public health crisis in the city of Richmond. And for the record, we were informed earlier today that Ms. Larson would like to be added as a co-patron, so that will be included with this legislation when filed. And so therefore, the patrons to this paper are the mayor and all members of council. And I will need a motion to expedite consideration of this resolution. Councilmember Jones, will you make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Council is voting to expedite consideration of the resolution as read. Mr. Addison?
Aye.
Ms. Jordan?
Aye.
Ms. Lambert?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Lynch?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
And President Newbill?
Aye.
That paper is before you for consideration.
Thank you. We will, all members of council have agreed to patron along with the mayor. There was a press conference. I'm not sure if at this point there is a desire to have any comment by any of the patrons given all that has transpired thus far. Seeing none, we'll now move on to a public hearing on the paper. Are there persons present to speak in opposition and or in favor of this paper?
Yes, Madam President, we were informed that Keisha Cummings would like to speak to this paper, but she may have left the meeting, so let me just check if she is still here. Keisha Cummings, are you in this meeting still? And it does not appear that she is there, so no one else has signed up to speak on this paper.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Bring it back to City Council for comment. Councilwoman Lynch.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to, say thank you to all of our council members and the administration. Anytime that we can do something together and come together around something that is much bigger than all of us and impacts all of our districts, it's a beautiful moment. But to capitalize on this moment and maximize the opportunity to do for all of our community members who are impacted by trauma, to really dig deep and work together and find more funding, more programming, more solutions on the table, and more organizations and more neighbors that are working on this issue, and support them and elevate their voices. I mean, this is I think Councilmember Robertson said it earlier, she's been on for 17 years, and seeing some of the same stories replay themselves over and over and over again. We were rocked in the 5th District by what happened, but it's not agnostic. I mean, it is not specific to or germane to any one of our districts at all. This is happening all across our city. The time for us to act, I think, is now. And I'm just, we have a really good team, and it's really, really inspiring to see the work and the collaboration of all of us together, and I appreciate that, and I think the public appreciates that, the community appreciates that. So I just wanted to acknowledge what an important moment that was in and of itself for our fight against this violence and against trauma in our communities. So thank you all.
Thank you. Any other comment at this point? I'd just like to add, similarly, I'm absolutely appreciative of the unanimity and declaration of this item as a public health crisis by both the administration and council, and commitment to funding to begin to stand up best practice models, but even more importantly, those that are collaborative and strategic and intentional across our city footprint. And so with that, I see that we have one additional comment before we call the question. Councilman Jones?
Yes, ma'am. I think you said it best. Funding needs to follow this. I mean, we must move beyond statements and sentiments and truly begin to fund for some of these issues. The $500,000 that we put in the budget, that's a drop in the bucket. We need George Wythe built right now. We need robust programming. I'm glad that my colleague in the 3rd is moving to get that center up and going. We need to ensure that we have clean and safe neighborhoods, and that doesn't mean you necessarily lock people up. That isn't the answer. The answer is giving our city the hope that it needs in the areas that have been historically divested from, to ensure that people have options, that they have options. Everyone doesn't play football, everyone doesn't play basketball. We have to find other ways to reach our young folk. Parks and Recs, they do a great job, Madam President, but we know that drop-off happens at 15, 16, where they age out of many of the programs that they provide. We've got to find a way to engage our young people and give them something constructive to do. Secondly, we know we need to interrupt the violence that's out there. It's not thousands of people that are shooting up our streets. It's a limited number. And so I'm hoping, and again, when it comes time to send more funding to areas impacted by this, I need all 9 of us to be on the same boat when we see dollars going in a particular direction where it needs to go to make that impact. And so I'm going to hold the administration's feet to the fire, hold them to a higher level of accountability, along with ourselves, to ensure that where our heart is, our budget should be also, and to ensure that we are doing creative things, that we're doing the analysis that's necessary, because it just can't simply be a press conference. I was out last week. The same street got shot up again. And so it's an epidemic, it's an issue, it's a challenge, and we need to ensure that we are putting the right resources into the right places. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Madam Clerk, if you would please call the question.
Yes, council is voting the proposed resolution as read. Mr. Addison?
Aye.
Ms. Jordan?
Aye.
Ms. Lambert?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Lynch?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
And President Newbill?
Aye.
That paper was adopted.
Let's proceed to the next item, Mr. Clark, or Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President, the next and final paper for expedited consideration is a resolution to express the Council's intent to the extent authorized by law to prioritize the appropriation of any funds received by the city, rather from the United States government, the Commonwealth of Virginia, or otherwise, provided pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 and the proposed American Jobs Plan of 2021. And I will need a motion to expedite consideration of this resolution. Vice President Robertson, will you make that motion?
So moved, Mr. Clerk.
Second.
Council is voting to expedite consideration of the resolution as read. Mr. Addison?
Aye.
Ms. Jordan?
No.
Ms. Lambert?
No.
Ms. Larson?
No.
Ms. Lynch?
No.
Ms. Trammell?
No.
Mr. Jones?
Yep.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
And President Newbill?
Aye.
And the motion to expedite consideration has failed, so therefore this paper will be read into the record during tonight's reading of the introductory papers for a public hearing and consideration by council at a future meeting. I will just need some direction from the body at what meeting this paper should be introduced and referred to.
Mr. Clark would be looking at the first council meeting.
Okay, June 14th. Thank you
That's
so much for
correct.
that clarification.
I'm sorry, the first council meeting for the month of June, yes.
Yes, that would be June 14th.
Right, which would give time for some review, and it may still need to be considered further out based on receipt of additional information relative to the funding and also the process by which these items will be reviewed, working in collaboration with the administration. Councilwoman Larson.
Thank you, Dr. Newbill. I would just like to explain to some of the folks that are watching that we had a extended conversation about this in our informal earlier today, and I only found out about this paper being expedited at the informal meeting, and it was $32 million of various budget items. Some were capital, some were operating, and these are using ARP dollars, the federal stimulus dollars, and a lot of council members, including myself, wanted to consider this as a whole. First, find out exactly how much money we're getting. Second, find out the parameters for that money. And then look at all of the needs and not just skim $32 million off the top for a list of projects that weren't included in the budget. We want to I personally want a holistic approach to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Larson. And just as a follow-up statement, this was not an attempt to skim any funding relative to projects. This was simply an opportunity to delineate those items that we received consensus on during our budget discussions and deliberations, with full knowledge that this all would come back to council for review and approval in the context of the overall review of all items for that pot of funds that we are referring to as ARP funding. So with that,
Madam President, this is Deputy City Clerk R.J. Warren. I just need to also confirm if it is the body's desire that this also go to any sort of committee for review prior to coming back to the full body, or if committee referral needs to be waived.
I would like to ask that it would come back to the full body for review and OD.
Okay, noted.
Councilman Addison, Councilman Jones, Councilwoman Vice President Robertson, and then I'd like to move to the next set of agenda items.
Thank you, Council President. Just simply put, I think this is a culmination of our conversations throughout the budget process and this list of what this resolution is putting forth. But I also echo and share with my other council members just questions on, are we sure this is the complete list? Are we sure this is exactly all that we want to be submitting as part of our expectation? While this was part of our budget conversation, I'm not sure that we all entered into our budget conversation with this goal in mind of putting forth this aspect, but I do understand where you're trying to go in this capacity. But I also welcome having a presentation before this body, the 9 of us and our staff, around what the ARP funds can be used for, what the plans are going to be for prioritizing existing projects, future projects, but our projects as well that we've submitted for our districts. I want to see that, make sure that we put forth our most robust plan to take this, once in a generation plan of funding. This is $158 million just for the city. Schools has a whole other pot of money as well, and there's more to come. And I want to make sure that we do this to the best of our ability, along with my council members, because together, what we have as shared goals meets future generations, and that's the purpose of this before us. So I look forward to our conversation together as a body. We had a great conversation during our budget. And I think what we do in partnership with the administration on how we invest these funds to transform our budget and really create a new city is our goal. So I look forward to seeing what it looks like.
Thank you, Councilman Addison, Vice President Robertson, and then Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just reiterate what I said earlier during the informal session. These items that have been identified in this paper are directly related to our budget discussion this year. It has nothing to do with whether or not they will ultimately remain the priorities of our funding that we receive through ARP, but these are the results of discussions that we had during the budget process, where we agreed by consensus that we would not belabor the budget process to try to find the revenue for these amendments that were put in by several council members. I felt very confident that we had come to that consensus, and that is the reason why during the budget process that we agreed to put a paper into this effect, and also the persons that signed up to speak to the amendments that I put in were willing to support the fact that we were at least going to give priority to making sure these items were identified. No one ever suggested that these are the only things of significance and important, but it was a consensus that we came to in the budget process, and I think this paper represents what we agreed to from a consensus manner. We can go back and listen to the tape and hear our own voices as we speak to the consensus that we came to. However, the council has changed its mind and its vote has been cast, so we look forward to entertaining these priorities again when it comes back to the council.
Thank you, Vice President Robertson. Councilman Jones?
Yes, Madam President, thank you very much. I'm fine with revisiting the priorities. They're not going to change. And again, I'll say this. If majority of these dollars do not go to the South Side, there's something wrong with our decisioning. When you look at and again, we have a paper coming forth after we meet with the city attorney. The promises that the city made during annexation have not been lived up to on the South Side. They just haven't. And so I'm fine with having a long discussion on this, because I know where the dollars need go. And I need my colleagues on the North Side that have seen robust investment for the past 20 years to get on board with sharing the city's wealth. And again, we just need to be fine with the fact that majority of these dollars are going to go to the South Side. And they should. If not, there's something dramatically wrong. The same way, South Side, we've got 2 new schools built the past go around. one on the north side. There was so much heartburn over that when that process came down. And then we needed George Witt over there right now. We don't need George Witt to wait till 26, 27, 28. That needs to happen right now. Madam President, of the 900 children that go to that school, 800 are from the 8th and 9th district, 303, and then 5 and some change from the 8th and 9th district. Everyone always wants to wait when it comes time to funding and spending and investing serious dollars in South Richmond. School board, city council, and I have the receipts for it. We can say and give, again, every sentiment that we want. I have the CIP history to show something to the other effect. And all I'm saying is this, I'm fine with waiting. I know this, though. The dollars need to come to, that little meme out there right now where the money resides. The money needs to reside in South Richmond. And that shouldn't be an issue if we are serious about equity. Everyone preaches equity until it's time to be equitable. And Madam President, we did arrive at what we were going to fund: $15 million for the community center and other projects that we already talked about. And that's fine. If we delay it, that's fine. I really, outside of us spending time, too much time to talk about something that we already talked about. Right? So y'all gonna listen to me talk right now. Since y'all wasting my time and some of these other things, Madam President, give me my time. We've already gone through this process. We've already discussed which ones were going to be done. So let's move forward with it. But we're not, and that's fine. And we will continue to do it. And my staff, we will continue to look at the projects in the 9th District, projects within South Richmond to get us what was promised. These aren't our wishes. These aren't niceties. These are basic things. Again, I am embarrassed to drive in the 1st District. And again, I'm not talking about home prices. I'm not talking about those things. I'm just talking about basic things: bike lanes, protected bike lanes, sidewalks, got all these different things. Our side of the city does not look the same from an infrastructure standpoint. We flood, we burn with heat, while everyone else has these wonderful green canopies. When we talk green space, we're not talking about black neighborhoods. We're talking about white, affluent neighborhoods, not our side. Madam President, please let me finish. Folk have wasted my time. I was at a soccer game while we talked about this. I was watching my little daughter play soccer while we were talking about this very thing right here. So I'm going to take my time. Not too much time. It's 9:30. Not too much time, but I'm sorry. Dollars need to flow to South Richmond. Copious amounts of dollars. And we can look all you want. But again, the money should reside on our side, and we build up our city. We're allowing one, and then we're funding the gentrification of our historic neighborhoods. We are funding, again, $19.5 million in the tax abatement program. Not going to get it this year. What can we do with another 19-20 mil? From people who can afford to pay their taxes, but because they got a good real estate deal, they're fine. What could 19 million do? People are talking about overspending on this project and that project, but dude, individuals in their nice little houses, under their nice little green canopies, looking at their wonderfully protected bike lanes and arguing about that, we're struggling over here.
Duly noted, Mr. Jones.
Tonight, I hate wasting our time and going back on it, and that's fine. But as long as we end up where the money resides and coming on our side, I'm fine with it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Councilwoman Jordan, and then we'll have one last comment, Councilman Addison.
Thank you, Madam President. My recollection from the budget was we all agreed that we were going to make the affordable trust fund whole to get to 10 million out of the ARP funds, and that these other CIPs that had been submitted, I had two, that I just pulled from what was already in the CIP bucket, so to speak, because there weren't any that had been submitted that year for my district, and I wanted to think about things that were out there, including our priority for the James. Now, if we were going, it's late, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
My recollection from the budget session is we agreed on to get to 7 million out of ARPs. We'd have 10 for AFT. The rest, we were going to talk about it again. And that's not about North versus South. There were some people that, if we were going to talk about ARP funds, might have other projects they wanted to bring forward. So that's why I voted no, because I thought, I don't want it to seem like this is all that are our priorities, because I know there's a much bigger discussion to have. And is that the only project I would want for the James River Park system, which is one of our priorities? I don't know, but it was already a CIP option, which was why it was in the CIP bucket for me. So, and I want to make sure that the public can weigh in on these, because again, that paper came at 3:30 this afternoon. I mean, I didn't even have a chance to read it because I was driving over here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Jordan. However, these were items that there was consensus to place on ARP bucket for consideration. And in fact, there would be opportunity, even with these items and the additional items that will come forward, for the public to weigh in. With that, last comment, please, Councilman Addison, so that we still have a significant amount of agenda to address this evening, as well as announcements, etc.
Totally understand and respect that. I'll be quick. I would like for City Council to explore that the amount of money for the casino, once approved or passed, if passed in November, goes specifically to the infrastructure needs of the South Side. I think that is a project and the amount of money that we can attest to being put right near exactly where it's needed, and I would like to see that be part of what we commit to as a council, to make sure that we do best with what those funds can mean to get people to work, to get people to and from what they need, more importantly, to make sure that they have the quality of life. And this is a step in that direction. It's not enough. I know this is nowhere near what that needs, but this is something I feel like we should commit to doing with the selection of the Urban One location for the casino. So for me, I just wanted to make sure I responded to my colleague in the 9th and saying that I hear you, and let's put whatever we can to make sure we multiply this as best we can.
Thank you, Mr. Addison. Madam Clerk, let's move on to the next agenda item.
Madam President, the minutes to be approved are for the Monday, May 3rd special meeting held at 3:30 p.m. and the Monday, May 10th informal and formal meetings held at 4 and 6 p.m. If there are no corrections or amendments, then the minutes will stand approved as presented.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to introductory papers for this evening.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, the papers for introduction are as follows. The following item will be considered by the Governmental Operations Standing Committee on Wednesday, May 26th at 2 o'clock p.m. A resolution to amend the rules of procedure for conforming certain provisions concerning the electronic participation of council members in council meetings pursuant to Virginia State Code. Following items will be considered by the Education and Human Services Standing Committee on Thursday, June 3rd at 2 o'clock p.m. A resolution to express the city's support for achieving equity and justice and access to resources and opportunities through the implementation of the City of Richmond's equity agenda. A resolution to express the council's intent to support improved homeless services with funds received pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, but appropriations to the Greater Richmond Continuum of Care and other such grantees of the city who provide homeless services. The following item will be considered by the Planning Commission on Monday, June 7th at 1:30 p.m. An ordinance to amend Ordinance 2021-003, which amended Ordinance 2020-049, which adopted the FY21 General Fund budget and made appropriations pursuant thereto by reappropriating a $500,000 portion of the FY20 fund balance excess assigned to the capital reserve to the general fund cash transfer for capital projects program, and to appropriate these transferred funds to the capital improvement projects for FY21, and to amend the FY21 capital budget by appropriating such transferred funds in the amount of $500,000 to the Department of Public Works City Hall project in the facility maintenance and improvements category for constructing improvements to the southwest quadrant of City Hall necessary to house either an employee health clinic or a relocated credit union office, or both, to instead house a community resource center or space for a relocated credit union office, or both. The following item will be considered at the June 7th special council meeting at 5:00 p.m. An ordinance to authorize the CAO to accept $2 million from the school board of the city of Richmond and to appropriate the funds received to the FY21 general fund budget by increasing estimated revenues in the amount appropriated to the Office of the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Human Services for funding payments to providers of emergency child care and virtual learning support through the end of the 2020 to 2021 school year, and reimbursing the city for payments made in February 2021 to 4 providers of emergency child care and virtual learning support. The following items will be considered by the Organizational Development Standing Committee on Monday, June 8th at 5:00 p.m. A resolution to select RVA Entertainment Holdings, LLC as the city's preferred casino gaming operator to operate a casino gaming establishment at 2001 Walmsley Boulevard and 4700 Trenton Avenue, and to provide for the requisite referendum thereon pursuant to Virginia State Code. A resolution to express the council's intent to prioritize the appropriation of any funds received by the city, whether from the United States government, the Commonwealth of Virginia, or otherwise, provided pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 and the proposed American Jobs Plan of 2021. The following items will be considered at the Monday, June 14th council meeting at 6:00 p.m. An ordinance to amend Ordinance 2020-049 by reducing total appropriations by $687,000 and the amount transferred from the Budget and Revenue Stabilization Contingency Reserve by $565,000, transferring funds from various agencies and non-departmental programs in the Budget and Revenue Stabilization Contingency Reserve, and appropriating the transferred funds to various agencies and non-departmental programs. An ordinance to amend Ordinance 2020-053 as previously amended by Ordinance 2020-186, which appropriated and provided funds for financing the school budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021 by increasing estimated revenues from certain federal programs. An ordinance to authorize the CAO to submit a consolidated plan and annual action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development as an application for the receipt of CDBG funds, home funds, ESG funds, HOPWA funds, to accept funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in the total amount of $8 million to appropriate for various projects. An ordinance to authorize the CAO to accept $358 from the Library of Virginia and to appropriate the funds received to the FY21 special fund budget by increasing estimated revenues and the amount appropriated to the Circuit Court of the City of Richmond's Library of Virginia Records Preservation Grant Special Fund for preserving land records. An ordinance to authorize the CAO to accept $600,000 from the United States Environmental Protection Agency to amend the FY21 special fund budget by creating a new special fund budget for the Department of Economic Development called the Brownsfields Coalition Grant Special Fund, and to appropriate the grant funds received to the FY21 special fund budget by increasing estimated revenues and the amount appropriated to the new special fund for funding inventory, assessment, and cleanup of brownfields in the city and Henrico County. The following items will be considered by the Finance and Economic Development Standing Committee on Thursday, June 17th at 1:00 p.m. An ordinance to authorize the CAO to enter into the 24th Commercial Area Revitalization Effort Program Cooperation Agreement between the city and the Economic Development Authority of the city for providing for the operation of the Commercial Area Revitalization Effort Program and a Business Recovery Grant Program. An ordinance to amend the city code by adding therein a new section concerning the suspension of the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Financing Program for providing for the suspension of such program until July 1st, 2022. The following items will be considered by the Planning Commission on Monday, June 21st at 1:30 p.m. An ordinance to authorize a special use of 1518 Perry Street for a mixed-use building containing office and personal service uses on the first floor and one dwelling unit on the second floor. An ordinance to authorize a special use of 2910 Q Street for a mixed-use building with outdoor dining. An ordinance to rezone the property known as 423 Whole Street from the B5 Central Business to the TOD1 Transit Oriented Nodal District. An ordinance to rezone 2116 East Main Street, 2126 East Main Street, and 16 North 22nd Street from the M1 Light Industrial to the B5 Central Business District. An ordinance to amend the official zoning map for rezoning certain properties in the Greater Scotts Addition neighborhood in order to implement the adopted Richmond 300 Master Plan, and to amend the official zoning map for designating certain street blocks as priority streets and certain street blocks as street-oriented commercial streets. An ordinance to amend the official zoning map for the purpose of rezoning certain properties in the Science Museum, Allison Street, and VCU and BUU post-BRT station areas in order to implement the adopted Richmond 300 Master Plan and post-corridor plan, and to amend the official zoning map for designating certain street blocks as priority streets and certain street blocks as street-oriented commercial streets. Madam President, that concludes the introduction papers for this evening.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this point, members, I'd like to have us move on to announcements. Given the timeline, I'd like to ask that you would consider 3 minutes, not more than 5, depending on the number of announcements you have. But please feel free to move forward. Councilman Addison, if you would get us underway.
Timer started now. Yes, thank you everybody for a great budget. This is a big meeting because this is where we approve our budget. Very much appreciate all the people who came to speak, listen, and share their point of view of what we did today. It's not light in terms of our ability to get this done, but this has been a team effort, so I appreciate everyone. Our staff, thank you for all the work you've done and your hard work to commit to getting this across the finish line. Everyone from our city council staff, legal, and the administration, and all the collaboration we've done. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. This is just one decision we make, but I think moving forward is going to be exciting for that. That's probably going to be a big part of what I talk about at my district meeting, my virtual town hall on Thursday at 6 p.m. If you go on Facebook or saw my newsletter that came out last week, you'll find some links and information around that town hall meeting that will be hosted at 6 p.m. on Zoom. So if you have the link, feel free to join in. If you want to email me and Daniel Wagner any questions you have beforehand, love to make sure we're prepared to talk about them. We want to make sure that we're all on the same page because we've talked about a lot tonight. We've got a lot in our budget. We've got a lot of things that we need to take care of moving forward. We've got a casino. Life's great in the city of Richmond right now, and I think we got to build on this and move for the future. One of the things I think is exciting too in the first district, as I'm seeing citywide, is the annoyance of all this paving. I mean, isn't it great to see they're finally catching up on these years of overdue paving needs? I mean, fixing potholes is one thing. Paving streets before you need to fix the potholes is a whole other piece. And so I know we've got a lot of paving going on in the first district. Want to let you know that we'll be talking a lot about that on Thursday. More importantly, thank you for finding other parking options as we do this shutting down of streets. I know that it's annoying, but it's great to see that we're getting resurfaced streets. More importantly, we're definitely implementing some more traffic safety traffic calming efforts, focusing on pedestrian safety as we put these streets back together. And so look forward to see some changes. Look forward to seeing some new expectations on how we travel around the city. And that's an exciting piece of that. Technically, we're still in the pandemic, and so I'm still going to champion wash your hands, give people some space. Yes, we may or may not be able to wear a mask, but you know what? I still do when I can because I just respect all of you. And I want to make sure that you know that I want to make sure we're all safe and healthy. True, I'm vaccinated, but I don't know that you are. And I want to make sure that we are on the same page. So with this, all we can do is say, hey, if you haven't been vaccinated, you should check it out. We've got a couple websites. You can go to vax.rchd.com to find information around our free vaccination centers. You can do walk-ups now. We've got, for children over the age of 12, can be vaccinated now. And so all these pieces are great because now as we try to get ready for summer, as we get ready for what's going to happen ahead of us, this is the time to make sure that we are all safe as best we can be. I think we also have to make sure we reiterate, just because you're vaccinated doesn't mean you don't get it. It means it's a less of an impact on what it means to your body. So you can still actually get the virus itself, which means you still got to wash your hands and be respectful of others. So Just because we're now seeing the light at the end of the tunnel doesn't mean we're done yet. So it's still up to us to make sure we combat this over the summer for everything else in that capacity. Make sure we do what we can to support each other. If you have friends or family, neighbors, or even others that might be in your neighborhood or your circle of friends, make sure they know this information as well and take care of that as well. As always, I love to make sure you communicate with me. I've been responding to emails all day over the weekend. I appreciate your thoughts on the announcement of the casino. Look forward to having some more conversations. But right now, if you want to email me at andreas.addison@richmondgov.com. Please include our 1st District Liaison, Daniel Wagner, daniel.wagner@richmondgov.com. We got a website, 1stdistrictrva.com. You can check us out on Facebook. You can also just go to the city website and find us that way too. But more importantly, if you have a concern, an issue, a service request, something that's not right in your neighborhood, missed trash collection or something else you want to see fixed, go to RVA 311. You have the mobile app. If you can do it online, you can do it by calling in the 646-7000. It gets things done. Trust me, we're working on making it improved. That's it for me. Have a great week and have a great Memorial Day.
Thank you, Councilman Addison. Councilwoman Trammell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. I just want to say that this Wednesday, May the 26th, it's this Wednesday, May 26th at 10 a.m. until the food runs out. Juanice Roan will be there. She will have fresh vegetables to pass out, and anybody can come there to get the vegetables. And again, that is going to be heard at Second Baptist Church, which is located 3300 Broad Rock Boulevard, and that's Second Baptist Church, Pastor Hodges. It will be on the outside, and she will have loads of vegetables, fresh vegetables, to be given out to anybody. And when she runs out, it's from 10 to 12, but if she runs out before 12, she don't have any more. And she's going to do that every Wednesday from 10 a.m. until. Also, I want to thank my colleagues, President Cynthia Newbill, Vice President Ellen Robertson, and Councilman Michael Jones. I know you all rearranged your schedule so you could be there with us to honor Lieutenant Ashley Nicole Berry. And we honored her, and the street is Berry Street, which is right off the Castlewood Road. Of all things, her uncle had been there for years and years and years. Almost all of her family lives in our 8th district. And that was a day that I will always remember, May the 20th. And I hope that we will be able to honor her on that day, May the 20th, for the rest, well, I should say the rest of my life, because I want to do that for her. As I said, she would come to our 8th district meeting. She was a firefighter, and her life was taken away from her last year on Thanksgiving with her son, with her baby son, that she shielded, protecting him. The love of her life, Carlos, was there, and he's a firefighter too. And also I want to thank Laura French, who sent me an article in reference to Carlos that saved him and some other firefighters, saved some people from burning up in a home. And that I didn't remember that. But anyway, thank you, Laura French from Channel 6 WTBR, for sending that article to me. The son, Carlos Jr., spoke, and Vice President Ellen Robertson, I just saw the look on your face when he was speaking about we must love one another. We must bring love and unity together. This baby was talking about love. Just lost his mom a year ago. And also the mom and dad, just the nicest couple you could ever, the parents, and you could just tell that they're devastated, because I had forgotten that Miss Kay had told me at Station 21 back Christmas that she had lost another daughter too. I think a year before that, she told me that she had lost another daughter. My heart went out to them. I felt like we were all connected as family. And again, I want to thank Vice President Ellen Robertson and President Cynthia Newbill, Councilman Michael Jones. You all rearranged your schedules so y'all could be there that morning. And also the Fire Chief, Melvin Carter, also Deputy Chief Collier for being there, also all the firefighters from 2122, even Chesterfield County firefighters showed up, and all the citizens who came out, over 100. I believe Councilman Michael Jones said over 100. Also, Delegate Betsy Carr was there. Also, Senator Joe Marcy was there with us, and they spoke, and like I said, it's a day I will never ever forget. Also, I want to say that that the casino, I was shocked that day because someone had said it was that live had been chosen, and then after the event, I was told from Channel 6 it was not live, but it was one casino, and he showed me the press release that the mayor had sent out. I want to thank my colleagues, Vice President Ellen Robertson and Councilman Allison, for all your hard work, and also the other members that served on it. I know that you all were trying to get the best, not only for the 8th district, but for the whole city of Richmond, and you were trying to make sure that, $600 million, that's a lot of money. But as Councilman Michael Jones says, Southside has been neglected for years and years and years. We still have flooding, drainage problems, streets that are caving in, schools that need to be built, schools need to be taken care of, our community centers to give our children something to do to get them off the street. And also, our first responders, we need to take care of them. I'm hearing that some police officers don't have police cars. Firefighters, their equipment's breaking down. We're still working on fire stations, trying to get them up to code. And also code enforcement. I heard today we don't even have enough code enforcement, and we don't even have contractors cutting the grass when we're turning things in ourselves. As I said, all 9 council members, I know we're always out there in our district, seeing what's going on, listening to our people, and turning things in. But when the grass doesn't get taken care of, and it's up over top of the roof, and the doors are wide open, and then you got crime going inside these vacant properties, we catch it. The neighbors call us, the citizens call us. They do not like calling 311 because they said it doesn't help. It doesn't go through. But anyway, I just want to say we just gotta do better, and we gotta just do what we can to clean up our neighborhoods and to take care of our children and to take care of our seniors. Our seniors are still calling me saying they don't know about their tax relief. They haven't got the information. They still haven't gotten their bill for their personal property tax. They want to know what's going on. I told them they have to call finance. They said nobody answers the phone. So you got people upset about real estate tax, and it is our job. It's our job. We're the elected officials to try to get them the answers. They don't want to pay the penalties. They do not want to do that. Also, I want to thank April Bingham, who said that something just went out in the utility bill about they can now apply if you cannot pay for your utilities, like they did last year at Southside Plaza and some of the other places that went out there helping the people fill out the forms so that they could get some relief on their utilities. And also, again, if you haven't, I know we're trying to start our meetings back up, but like I said, there are still people that not had their vaccine. There are still, citizens are telling me they're scared. They don't want to do it because they're scared to death of it. They're scared they're going to, get sicker than what they would from the COVID. And I want to thank Councilman Michael Jones and all of my colleagues who was on top of the governor for not doing his job, for not getting the vaccine over here in Southside and in the city of Richmond. Because I really believe in my heart that if we had not had that press conference and if all of you all had not stayed on top of this, our people would not have gotten their vaccine because they could not get on the phone, they could not get through, they did not have computers, as Councilman Michael Jones found out, and I have known it for a long, long time that a lot of our seniors do not have computers. A lot of the people don't have computers because they can't afford to get them fixed or buy new ones. If you have any questions, you call my home at 233-7382 or my personal cell 804-240-5050. That's 804-240-5050. This right here is your free smoke alarm. If you call 646-15260, these firefighters will come to your home. They will install these smoke alarms for you for free. But just go to the nearest fire station and ask them to please come to your home and check your smoke alarm, because if it's not working, it cannot save your life. And we just pray that President Joe Biden will continue to give us the funding so our firefighters can keep on installing these free smoke alarms. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Trammell. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be brief since the hour is late. DPW will do neighborhood cleanups in the 9th District on Saturday starting June 5th through June 19th. You can find when your neighborhood cleanup is scheduled by going to RVA.gov /Public Works, then click on Maintenance and select Neighborhoods from the drop-down menu. You can also call my office and we would be happy to assist. Next month, we will start hosting weekly neighborhood walks throughout the district. I think it's one of the most fruitful things that we do, getting people from the administration, from the different departments out in the neighborhood. As well, we've got a special guest with Dr. Robert Wynn. He's going to join us in the month of June. He heads the VCU Massey Cancer Clinic. He's going to come out and tour a neighborhood, and it's a good time to talk health and COVID and all these different things. So we look forward to Dr. Wynn coming out and join us. The walks will be on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. Please make sure you are subscribed to our email list for more information and to find out when we will be in your area. My office can be reached at 804-646-2779. That's 646-2779. Or, of course, michael.jones@richmondgov.com. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Lynch. You're muted.
Oh, I'm good. I'm not muted now, right?
No, you're good.
Okay. I really will make this brief. I have about 4 civic association meetings. I will not go through those. We will post those in our City Council Facebook page tomorrow so that you can see those. The first one we have coming up is in Oregon Hill, however, this week. And then we have several more going on in the next couple of weeks. Just want to thank everyone for coming out to the district, the 5th District meeting that was last Thursday. We had really great presentations, wonderful speakers. Thank you, DPW, for coming out. Thank you to Gifford Foundation. Thanks for our City Council. We had Councilmember Jordan there. It was a great conversation, and just want to thank you all for coming. And I'm going to promise to keep it brief. So that's all I have, but of course we'll be sending all of our regular updates on our, stay tuned on our Facebook page. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lynch. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you so much. 2 quick things I want to highlight. Tomorrow, May 25th, 3 o'clock, the Black History Museum's Facebook page is going to have, Facebook and YouTube are going to have an event commemorating and celebrating the life of Vidal Johnson. So that is tomorrow, May 25th, 3 p.m. Go to blackhistorymuseum.org or the Facebook page, celebrate the life of Vidal Johnson. Her family has asked that in her memory you contribute to the Black History Museum, and my office is thrilled to be doing that and encourage others to at any level. Their work is vitally important, and we would love to see more folks contributing to honor her legacy. Also want to highlight personal property taxes are due June 7th. We've had a lot of outreach if folks haven't gotten their bills or have questions. First point of contact, call 311 from 8 to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. They'll be able to sort a lot of your questions. If you feel like you're not getting assistance and still have questions, call our office, and that is 804-646-6532. And I will leave the rest of my announcements for social media / email. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jordan. Councilwoman Larson.
Thank you, Dr. Newbell. I have a couple quick updates for 4th District residents. One is the Forestall Avenue construction, the widening project. It is still going on. We are a little bit on pause right now because we're waiting for Verizon to come in and do some work. And late last week, I did see a Verizon truck in that corridor stopped and doing work, so I feel really positive about that. but the contractor anticipates that work should be done by the end of May, and then the actual construction, which is what we see more of, should be re-engage, and the project should be done by the end of this calendar year. Personal property tax. A couple of my colleagues mentioned that you should have gotten your bill by now. It is due on June 7th. Like Councilmember Jordan said, if you haven't heard and you know you owe something, call 311. If you cannot get assistance that way, feel free to reach out to my office. I just put my bill together while I had a couple minutes, so that's going in the mail today. Due June 7th. Let's see, we had a district meeting last Thursday, and we did record it. We had a great presentation by the health district. We also had Commonwealth Attorney for Richmond, Colette McEachin, Betsy Carr stopped by for a little bit, and then our headliner was Peter Brill from 311. The app has recently gotten an update, so he shared a little demo with residents, and we have a recording of that we'll post for folks to look at. If you need to get in touch with me, you can email me at kristen.larson@richmondgov.com, or you can call me at 804-503-1313. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Larson. Councilwoman Lambert?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to let everyone know that I will be hosting a casino meeting for the 3rd District this Wednesday, May 26th at 6 p.m. Please send an email to 3rd District Liaison Kaya Stokes. That's KIYA.STOKES@richmondgov.com. He can send you the virtual meeting information, or you can call 804-646-6055. Again, 804-646-6055. Also, Virginia Union University is partnered with the RHA. Virginia Union has started vaccinations at their Claude Perkins Center for the next 4 weeks on Fridays from 11 to 3 p.m. You get more information at vax.rchd.com. Also, Gilpin Court has, RHA has partnered with Virginia Union, and they will have a vaccination event this, not this Thursday, but June 3rd, 436 Calhoun Street from 2 to 3 p.m. So that is on the way. RVA 311 is expecting longer wait times, so please be patient. They have elevated their calls, and so there will be longer wait times. Also, Richmond Public Library on May 27th at 7 p.m. They're having a meditation session. It's an event entitled Reducing Stress Through Meditation. Arlene Samsel is a meditation. I'm sorry. And she discusses the extraordinary effect of meditation to reduce stress-related responses. I believe everyone is going through a lot of stress, and I think this will be a great way. So it's a great way to relieve that. More information, you can go to the city's website to get info on that. The farmers market has moved from Southside, my colleague's district, to Bryan Park. So every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., the farmers market is happening. Also, 3rd District Civic Association meetings. Battery Park will be meeting this Tuesday, June 8th at 6 p.m. More information you can get from Battery Park Civic Association at gmail.com. North Barton Heights Civic Association is Sunday, May 30th at 10 a.m. Virtual meeting information, please contact Lewis Nelson at 804-404-5018. And lastly, the Historic Brooklyn Park Collective is having their meeting Wednesday, June 9th at 6 p.m. More information, you can email whprez@gmail.com. Thank you, Madam President, for your time.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lambert. Councilwoman Vice President Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to stay within the 5 minutes or 3. We will be having a town meeting for the 6th district. We will be focusing on the casino. We've not had a meeting in the 6th because I was serving on the evaluation team, so I'm grateful for the opportunity to have the residents of the 6th district to weigh in on the recommendation for the casino. We will also have persons that will be attending the meeting to share with us on job opportunities in the city of Richmond. We're hoping to have vendors, not only from the Office of Community Wealth Building, but private vendors as well, to talk about the job opportunities. We have lots of people in our district that are interested in employment opportunities, and so we want to make sure that we are working with them to provide them that information. We also will be having at the town meeting an opportunity to talk about summer programs for our children. Richmond Public Schools have been invited to be a part of the meeting as well, to talk about their summer school for this year, and also to do whatever we can from that perspective to work with our Parks and Rec and other nonprofit organizations that are providing services for our young people and child care services for folk that are interested, and making sure we keep our children engaged throughout the summer months. Also want to inform the folk in the East End, underground kitchen at the Annie Giles Center is providing opportunities for meals delivered to people's homes. We're in process of recruiting a young group of young people to work with us at the Annie Giles Center to look at the programming that is there, as well as to discuss what specific needs are within Wickham, Mosby, and the communities in Eastview and surrounding the Martin Luther King Junior School, middle school. So we would like to recruit folk for that, and if you're interested in that, I would encourage you to contact our office to find out more information of how you can weigh in on our town meeting, as well as to get additional information about what's going on in the programming at the Annie Giles Center. You can reach me on my cell at 804-314-7658. You can reach Tavares at the office at 646-7964. Our emails are our name, ellen.robertson@richmondgov.com, tavares.florett@richmondgov.com. And I also want to ask all of you for a special prayer in recognition that this week marks 1 year that George Floyd was murdered. I would ask that we would keep the family in prayer and lift them up, and also think about our obligation and our responsibility as it relates to continue to work to ensure opportunities for public safety and in a decent, respectable way in our communities, to continue to work with the initiatives that we've already put in place at the city to address our concerns as it relates to that. So we would appreciate your continued consideration and your prayers for George Floyd's family. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Robertson. I just have a couple of very brief updates. We will hold our next 7th District Virtual Community Meeting on Wednesday, May 26th at 6 p.m. Please feel free to contact us if you've not received the email information. You can reach our office at 646-3012. You can specifically email Council Liaison Sam Patterson at sam.patterson@richmondgov.com, or reach him by cell 241-7544. You can reach me by cell 543-7837 or by email cynthia.newbill@richmondgov.com. The meeting, district meeting on the 26th will provide a variety of updates from our school board representative, budget update, COVID update, as well as updates from our public safety professionals as well. And last but not least, certainly the Urban One Casino and Resort proposal that's been brought forward. So again, that is Wednesday, May 26th at 6 p.m. Certainly not least, I will just say that we will advertise all of our civic meetings as well as our COVID walk-up sites, which we now have a list of across the city. We'll advertise those on our social media sites. And so I won't go through all of those, but I will ask that we continue to certainly adhere to CDC guidelines, though we're moving to a situation where it looks as if restrictions will be shortly lifted. And until that time, let's work to keep each other safe with washing, wearing masks, and observing our distance. Just want to remind residents and to encourage you to do early voting for the upcoming June primaries. You can do early voting this Saturday from 9 to 5 here at City Hall, first floor. And because of that being Saturday, free parking certainly would be available. So with that, the agenda for this meeting has been accomplished. And given that we have no other items before at this time, this meeting and this council session will now stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and good night.